Well, howdy folks, Argsy here. The news is not good. I am afraid to report the planter, while not quite terminal, is going to take some time and some money to fix. In fact, the techs told me we'd probably be better off pushing it down the hill into the trees and forgetting about it altogether. Not to mention, it's going to take some time to do. We're not going to get it done this planting season, which leaves us in a little bit of a sticky situation. Now, fortunately, I made a few phone calls last night, and the guy we're buying the bins off, well, looking at buying the bins off, Jim, he has a older case cyclo planter that he's finished using already. He's actually upgraded to one of the new early risers. He's obviously done pretty well over the last few years, new planter, new bins, etc. But he has a planter sitting there that's not of any use at the moment, and said we are welcome to pop over and grab it and use it to get our soybeans and corn finished off. So that is exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to jump on the pickup, we're going to head over there, get that hooked up, bring it back, get it prepped, ready to finish the rest of those beans down in the field, and then we're going to move over the road. We've got the big field of corn to do, which is going to be a bit of a challenge. It's going to be a fun challenge, but that is what we've got to do. I'm not going to hold these guys up anymore. We're going to let them go because we're paying them by the minute just about, and the less I have to pay them to be here to tell me the bad news, the better. So let's get on the road and go and grab this planter. Now, just while we're on our way down to Jim's place to grab the planter, thank you everyone for the feedback on the potential lease of the land to the lodge owner, the guy in the helicopter. A few of you thought he might be a little bit crooked. So far the vibe I've got doesn't seem that way, but I am going to tread a little bit more cautiously. The idea of 20 grand just getting paid to us to secure the land did seem very, very appealing, but we are going to do a little bit more research. We got a little bit more communication from overnight, particularly a little bit more of an email with their proposal. So the deal they're putting forward is they'd pay us 20 grand now to lease the land. That's just to secure it, and then from now on every month we get 5 grand from them just to lease the land, and they are going to take care of all the costs to build the lodge, to set up all the accommodation, everything like that. But as some of you said, we might not actually want people just wandering around the farm aimlessly. There is some inherent risk that comes with that. So I am going to do a little bit more research. We might get a little bit of legal advice while we're at it and just see what the risks are to us, and whether, like some of you said, whether there might be a different way that we could earn a little bit of money. Yeah, leave that with me. We've got some more thinking to do, but we're on our way down to Jim's place. It's just around a couple of corners through here. It's a nice part of country actually through here. I quite like it. Some of the smaller fields actually, which are interesting. Not sure you'd make much off them, particularly considering, like some of ours, how much land there is locked up in trees and the like. So pretty challenging land to farm, I would imagine. Anyhow, let's carry on down this way, get to Jim's, get this planter. Well, here we are, and it's good to see, actually get the chance to have another look at the bins. The more and more I see them, the more I think they're going to be perfect for us, perfect size for what we are going to need. But that looks like, to me, that is the planter that we've got now. I was a little bit dubious as to whether it was going to have dry fert or liquid fert bins on it. It looks like it's got some liquid fert tanks on it, which is great. It's exactly what we need, because we already have liquid fert. So we'll just get backed up into there. Hard to tell how close we are, but we'll jump out and have a look, get things hitched up and be on our way. We'll get that hooked up there on the back of the pickup. Let's put a little bit of weight on the back there. Hopefully it's not going to affect our steering too much, although we do look like we're riding a little bit high, so we have to take it pretty easy on the way back. But this is going to make a huge difference to our planting. 12-row planter, so double what we were planting. Like I said, it's got the liquid tank on the back, so we don't have to worry about any extra fertilizer, any dry fertilizer. And then the 2 seed bins up there on the front. Match the tractor too, actually, which would be kind of nice. So we're going to get this back and we'll go and get started on the planting. We'll head down to the soybeans first, although I will take it back past the yard. We'll get it hooked up to the tractor and filled up there, because I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to just head down the ones and not need to refill with seed. So we'll jump back in and get on our way. Heck of a nice guy is Jim. He really wants to see the locals succeed, and he likes to see the smaller farmer have the best chance they can. He doesn't want to see these big businesses come in and take over everywhere, so he's right on our side when it comes to making sure the farmer's successful, hence being so generous with loaning us some of his equipment. And I expect he's probably been a little bit generous with the price he's offering us those bins for, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. We will certainly be thinking about taking that offer up from him. Anyhow, let us carry on. We're going a little bit of a back way back, just mindful of not running the planter down the busier roads with lots of traffic on it, so we're just going to meander our way back down there, take our time, get back down and get started. So we'll get it all back to the yard nice and safe. We're hooked up to the tractor. I was just getting it all unfolded, making sure everything was working and running as I would expect it to. Everything looks pretty good. Jim seems to really look after his equipment, which is nice to see. So I think we're going to go and grab the skid steer, grab that pallet of seed. This is our last soybean seed. We've only got the one pallet left here, so fingers crossed that is going to be enough to finish that field. I'm optimistic it will be. But what have we got up the front here? We've got a couple of totes of fertilizer, and obviously all our corn seed, which we will be getting into a little bit later on today, all going to plan. So we'll grab the skid steer, grab the seed, and go and get the plants topped up. There we go, we're getting the seed put in there. In fact, it looks like that the planter has enough to take that whole pallet, 29.8 bushels, and that was all that was on the pallet, so that's good. So we'll go and grab the fertiliser as well, try and get that in. I'm just wondering, might have to come around the front to do that. Might be a little bit easier than reaching across and risking hitting one of the row units. So we will go and do that, and then we'll be able to go and make a start. So there we go, we've got that up in there. We'll just get the hoses connected, and then we'll open the tap and get that filling down into the fertiliser tank, and that'll be us done. It would be great to actually be able to use something like the manure system and pump some hoses or something like that and actually gravity feed one of these tanks into a planter, but that's one of the limitations we have here with the game. There we go, that is all filling up. Probably, by the looks of things, we might even use up that whole tote of fertiliser too. In fact, we have some really good capacity in this planter, so that bodes well, particularly as we jump into the corn, of not having to fill up quite as often. We've still got 4 boxes of corn seed, so there's every chance we're going to be running through it pretty quickly, but let's leave that there. Just going to go and check the tractor, make sure it's got enough diesel in it. We don't want to run over to the field and find we need to top up, and then we'll get going. Over half full, so that should be more than enough for us. So let's get that folded up and make our way down to the field. Well, if you remember when the planter broke, we were just up here on a long run through the field. I can see exactly where we finished. So what I might do, even though we're planting a little bit wider, I might still try and line up on that side. In fact, what I might even do, we're going to run all the way down the end here. We'll start another row, and then we can plant back along that straight edge on one side and back on the straight edge on the other. I think that is going to be the best solution here for us. So we've got our soybean selected. Just double check we're not going to put in something we're not meant to, having changed planters. We've got that all selected. That is all as it should be. So we'll get down here, get things unfolded, and we'll be able to get into it. We do have the row markers and everything like that, so hopefully they will all work, and we can mark out our next rows. So we make sure we do a nice straight job. But let's get turned into here. We will have to just unfold, because adjusting to a wider planter will take a little bit of time, and of course looking at that edge, that's not the straightest edge when we started the last row, so let's just overlap just a touch. Not ideal, but it is going to give us the best result in the long run. So we'll get that tidied up, move over just a little bit. I think if we were right about there, it'd be pretty good. A little bit more of an overlap than I'd like. Right, here we go, that's going to be best, surely. Yep, I can work with that. Right, let's get that turned on. Yeah, it's all working, that's a good start. Lower that down. Our row markers will go out. There we go, next best thing. And we'll go forwards, and there we are, more soybeans going in the ground, which is fantastic. Who would have thought, after the day we had yesterday, that we would be planting here with a 12-row planter we're borrowing from one of the other farmers in the region. Just glad that we were able to be back here in the field, and it hasn't actually cost us too much at this point, apart from a few hours in time. So let's carry on. We'll jump into a time lapse here on the planting, and we'll catch up with you, fingers crossed, when the field's finished, or hopefully not if we run out of seed, but I'm optimistic that we've got enough to get this one done. Well, this planter has not skipped a beat at all, and we're done with soybeans, which is pretty darn exciting. Nice to have the first of our crops completely finished. Must admit, I was getting a little bit nervous sort of halfway through getting that done. We were going to run short on seed. We seemed to be chewing through it on the other side of the field, but fortunately, once we came over this side, there was only half a dozen shortish passes left to get it done, so that's good. Interesting to see the different textures as well. This used the planting texture when working in a ploughed part of the field, and you can see the original planter we used around the outside there just put down a sort of harrowed rolled texture, so a little bit different there. Nice to see it having that planted texture though. So let's get on back up to the yard. We need to go through, make a few changes to the planter to get it set up for corn. We need to get all the soybean seed out of there, top it up with liquid fertilizer, and then get some of the corn seed into it, and we can get on over the road and get started planting the corn, which is going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to getting into that. A little bit apprehensive about how much seed we're going to go through. We've got 4 boxes to use, so there'll be a lot back and forth filling it up. I'm just trying to decide. We might no, we won't actually. We'll probably run back and forth between the yard, just for the fact we'd need the skid steer over there to use the pro boxes and lift them up to fill the hoppers. At least with the soybeans we could manually handle the bags, so probably going to have to run back and forth between the yard, but that's alright, it's not too far to go at all. Anyhow, carry on down here, get back and get things set up to move into this field here on our left. First things first, let's see about getting some of this seed put up into these seed boxes. I'm hoping, I actually have to hop out and have a look. Pretty sure these have a slot underneath them, like a gate or something. Will they have a gate on the front we can open? I can't actually remember. Can't tell. Right, we'll just put it over the top. Oh, there we go. It is openable, isn't it? You flick that switch and that opens the bottom. Right, well, let's see what happens then as we go in over top of here. See if we can get some seed put into the box. Hopefully we can get up high enough that we're not going to hit that row marker. And there we go. Right, well, that's filling up. That's good. That's a good start. Let's see how much of this it's going to take. About 50%. So that's not too bad. It means we can fill up the seeder, like the planter, 8 times from one of these, or from the 4 we have, which is a good reference point to have as we go around the field. Now, if you paid attention, the soybeans were going at about, get that stuck on there, the soybeans were going at about 3.3 bushels an acre with the seed, so it'll be interesting to see when we get over the other side what sort of ratio and speed the corn seed gets put on with. Let's grab this other fertilizer. We will top things up while we're here. Might as well head on and over with a full planter and make a start on it. Now, I did keep track there, I think, bouncing, slow down Argsy, I think we did 5.7 acres of planting with this planter, so we would be able to have a look between this and the other one how many soybeans we planted overall. But what I might do as well, just get this up here and get this filled up. Right, pretty much took the whole one of those too. Crikey, I hope we've got enough fertilizer. But what I was going to say is we will just have a look at the statistics page. We should be able to get a pretty good handle on exactly how much planting we've done today, which is just purely soybeans. The total today of planting 38.96 acres, and that is all soybeans. So we've got pretty much 39 acres of soybeans, which I'm pretty happy with. I wasn't sure where we were going to end up with to start with, but that is a pretty good figure. I'm happy with that. Considering where we started out, I think someone figured out we had about 26 acres last time. So through the field expansion we did, we've pretty much added 50% to our harvestable area just in soybeans, which is, in my opinion, a pretty good result. Right, that's us full of seed, full of fertilizer. Get this folded up, head on over the road and go make a start on some corn. Let's get this unfolded and make a start on corn. Now, I have found there is a keybind to reset our worked area, so we've set that back to 0 so we can get an exact reading here on how many acres of corn we're going to put in, but everything else looks just fine, so we'll get that powered up, get it lowered down, put our row marker out because we're running around the headlands, so that will make things much easier to keep track of, and we'll get planting with some corn. Exciting to be in this field and getting the corn done. Not sure how long it's going to take, could be some time, but hey, it'll be worth it in the end, won't it? I'm liking the look of this field now too. Having merged it just makes everything so much more sense than it did beforehand. So I think come harvest time we're going to be in a pretty good position. And we're definitely chewing through the fertiliser, but interestingly enough, not using the seed anywhere near as fast as I thought we might have. I honestly thought the soybeans would have been a much lower demand for seed than the corn was. I thought corn had a higher seed demand, so interesting to see that. We're on variable speed rate. We are. Variable seed rate is set to auto, so well, we may do with that. We're not going to complain if that's the case. We don't have to use as much seed. Of course, FBN will take back any we haven't used, which is even better. Means we don't have to pay for it. Which does remind me, we haven't actually paid for any of our consumables yet, any of our inputs, so we do need to make sure that we can cover that bill when it comes time. It is all on that 0% finance that we had at the end of last year. So I think often what they require is payment on and around when you start to get some of your income from your crops. So fingers crossed we can cover across till then and make some money. Anyhow, I'm going to stop talking, we're going to get planting. We'll catch up with you in a little while, see how things are going. Well, I think there might be some error with the bushels an acre meter down the bottom, because it was telling me 0.8 bushels an acre, but we've just gone through all of that seed in 6.5 acres. So I wonder if it's around the wrong way. I wonder if it's 0.8 of an acre per bushel is what we would seed, which probably makes a little bit more sense. 0.8 of an acre to a bushel, maybe 10, I don't know. Anyhow, it did throw me, but the seed usage has worked out to be more in line with what I expected. What's more concerning is our fertiliser usage, and we have gone through almost 30% of it already, so a little bit of a worry that we won't have enough to get that done. But anyhow, so far so good. We're getting into it, we're getting through it, and once we get on up and down rows, we should go a whole lot quicker. As you can tell, 6.5 acres done already, and that's just 1.5 headland laps, so cover a decent amount of width, particularly with this big 12-row planter. Anyhow, let's go and get topped up and get back down and carry on. We're back here full of seed and topped up with as much fertiliser as we had. We're just going to carry on running around the headlands. My plan is to do 3 laps. I think that will give us the best space to be able to turn around this planter. It does require a little bit more space, but we managed it in the previous field without too many issues. So that's the plan, 3 times around, and then we'll do some up and down rows. And we're going to start those off this long edge over here, I think being the longest straight edge in the whole field makes the best decision, best choice of where our rows would start off, and then when we come to harvest we'll know exactly which way we need to harvest to follow along with those. So a bit more of a time lapse, we're just going to carry on, we'll see how we go. Might try and put it together a little bit of a montage as we get a bit further through this field onto some more straighter up and down rows. But anyhow, sit back, relax, and we'll catch up with you when we get a bit further through. Well, 13 acres in, and we're just about empty on a seed again, but things are going surprisingly well. I think we're going to be alright on fertiliser actually. We've got 56% left. There's not actually a huge amount of the field left because of those headland passes that we've done, so I'm feeling pretty optimistic. But we're going to head back up to the farm now. We'll get to the end of this row hopefully with the seed we've got, and then we're going to get filled up again. Oh, what is it this time? No way. Alright, let's go and have a look at this. Oh, we can't be unlucky twice, surely. Everything looks alright along that side. Everything's good there. Ah, there's our culprit. It's a shear bolt. I can handle a shear bolt. We can fix that pretty easily. Anything else, and we would have been in for a little bit of a nightmare, but shear bolt's doing what it's meant to do. It breaks, so nothing else does. So, whew, dodged a bullet on that one. Right, well, in that case, we'll fold up here, we'll head back on over to the yard, get that fixed, and be back over here in no time. Let's just take a quick look there. Right, one of those, and one of those. We'll just pop on over here. We should have each of that. There we go, we'll grab that wrench, grab the hammer, nothing like a bit of gentle persuasion, and I think, yeah, there we are, bolts in the appropriate bolt containers right there in front of us. So, let's go over. 5-minute job this should be, so we'll get in, get this repaired, replaced, and then we'll get topped up and be back out in no time. Well, there we go. I said that wouldn't take too long, so that means we can get back out and carry on planting. Now we've got to get some seed in. We've already got that sitting there because we were just about out when we ran into our little issue. Fingers crossed we can get through without breaking any more shear bolts, but let's get that started up, and we'll just get out far enough. We don't need to unfold it this time to load up. If we just get out far enough, we should be able to. Can't contort myself around that far. Let's just have a look. Yeah, that'll be about right. We should be able to reach up there. Right, let's go and jump on this good steer and go and get some more seed put in. And there we go, that should be pretty much full. Turns out we do need to unfold it to get some more seed put in, but that is looking not too bad. Right, only what, 6.7 bushels left in this one. Not too much at all, just leave that there. And what have we used? We've only used up one already, so we've still got 2 more bins in here. So I'm not sure how much that we're going to actually need, which is good. Like I said earlier, we'll be able to send that back with FBN if we don't need it all, but we'll get this folded up and we'll head on back over to the field. And straight back into it, corn going back into the ground, which is fantastic. And of course, just looking back across, decent amount of the field still to go. We do have some good long runs here to get into though, so hopefully that's going to go reasonably fast and not take us too long. We've done, what have we done? 13.3 acres, and I think this field's about 26, 22, somewhere around there, maybe 24, I can't remember exactly. We did have a look before, but we're definitely at least halfway, if not a little bit further through. But let's just keep an eye on the seed. Of course, if we are at that level, which I just said, if we are about halfway through and we haven't quite used up half the seed, so we probably might go through a little bit more than I thought, but we'll keep tabs on it and just see where we end up. But anyhow, I think it's time for a little bit more of a montage this time, so get going with that and see once we've made, well, probably once we've finished the field. We'll just see how we go. Well, would you believe it, we have ended up with more than enough fertilizer. I thought we were going to run well short and potentially have to go and find some more, get topped up, but we've actually got, what, 200 gallons left, so it's actually a decent amount in there, and that is us all finished for planting this season, which is an exciting milestone to have here on the farm. Just thinking we might go out this entrance, seeing we're right over in this corner, but what do we end up with? 23.3 acres of corn and just short of 40 acres of soybeans. So compared to last season, I think we have made a huge increase in the amount of land that we will be harvesting come autumn. So that's exceptionally exciting. Very, very excited about that one. I don't know if exceptionally exciting is the way to see it, but very excited. Very excited to get that all finished. Let's get on up out here. The seed is pretty dirty, the plant is pretty dirty, the tractor's pretty dirty. So we will go and pull out the hose back at the yard and we will go and get that all washed off and cleaned off. We don't have to get it back to Jim, he's in no hurry to get this, so I'm not sure what we're going to do for the rest of the day. We might do a little bit of maintenance. I've got a list of things we do need to do. Thinking forward, we're going to have to think about some spraying. I'm assuming we might have some weeds we're going to have to deal with, plus make some plans for the bins, make some plans for getting those. We're going to have to find an auger. Of course, we do need an auger to be able to fill those, and I do want to cast my eye over that truck and see if we can figure out why it wasn't tipping properly. So lots still to do here on the farm, but to have planting in the book and all finished is a fantastic achievement, and something we are very, very happy about. So let's get back over, get this washed up and tidied up, and we'll probably be wrapping things up here for the day. Right. Well, there we go, we've got the hose, we'll get that turned on. There we go, that looks like it's working really well. And we will just go around and get as much of this dirt and grime and everything like that off all the planter, off all the row units, and make sure it's looking nice and clean. So when we do run it back over to Jim, over to his farm, we will be taking it back in hopefully better condition than it was when it arrived here. We do have to get all the seed and fertilizer out of it too. We'll have to figure out what we're going to do to take care of all that, but there we go, that's starting to look much better. Give the tractor a once over while we're here as well. This definitely is going to need some maintenance at some stage. Look at how worn that paint is, but obviously looking at our money situation, we've got better things to be spending that on at the moment. So anyhow, very pleased to be finished with the planting. We'll go and have a quick look in just a second at our fields, and then we'll be wrapping things up. Look at that, beautiful, nice red. It's actually a nice combo, isn't it? The International up front and the Case International on the back. Right, let's go and just take a quick look at these fields. So there we go, all of that corn has been planted. If we take a look here at our soil information, you can see we've got a good nitrogen through there, which is what we want on our corn. Obviously the soybeans, not quite as critical there on nitrogen. We do have a little bit of different shading, particularly where it was grass into different crops, but that's all looking really good. And final check here on hectares planted, or acres planted, 62.31 acres total that we have planted. So like I said, huge improvement on what we had last season already. So if we can realize a good yield, a better yield, and then maximize our prices, then things are looking pretty rosy for the farm. So I'm quite excited about that. Anyhow, that is going to wrap it up for us today. That is wrap on planting. Very excited. We'll be back probably next month, taking a look to see what we have to do with with spraying or anything like that, or starting to make some plans for harvest season, particularly bins and an auger. Yeah, lots to do. Anyhow, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, Argsy here. Isn't that a sight, driving out here and seeing those rows of soybeans straight across here, looking really good. Do you know what? I thought we had finished planting, but we got a phone call last night from another local farmer, smaller farmer, older guy who's a little bit like uncle and aunt and been struggling to get some crops in the ground. He's owned the farm, it's been in the generation or in the family for 5 generations, and he doesn't want to see these fields go to ruin, and he doesn't want to miss out on having them planted or anything like that. So we've stepped in. He asked if we wanted to lease them, and so we've stepped in. We're just going to go down and have a look at them now, but I know we talked about it and whether we should lease some land. We're actually going to do this a little bit differently. This is going to be our field lease, not Uncle and Auntie's. I think we've done enough work for them. I've talked to Uncle and Aunt about it. They are okay. They've got no problems with us doing this, and in fact they're quite happy to support us with using the farm equipment, the tractors and things like that. But It's down this way, not too far actually away from the farm. So they're very supportive of that. Obviously they realise they haven't been able to pay me any wage or give me anything for what we've done so far with the farm. So they said, go for it. You go over and do what you need to do, and you can have the use of the equipment. So we're just going to head down and to take a look at these fields. I'm not too far down this way. Figure out what needs to be done. We're in about as late a time of the year as we want to be planting. As you can see, looking around everywhere, the crops are already well and truly on their way to growing. So we want to make sure, or we want to get these in as quick as we can. I don't even know what we're going to plant. We'll probably try and put some corn in, seeing we still have some corn seed left over from our planting. So we might make the use of that. But anyhow, not too far to head on down here. We'll go down, take a look at these fields, and figure out what we need to do. And here we are. These two fields had corn in them last year. I've had a little bit of lime put on them in last autumn. You can sort of see that sitting there, but they never had a chance to work it into the ground. There's about 12 acres in each one, I think. Is this one? This one's the 12 acre one. I think this one over the side's 11.9. The two very similar size fields. There you go. It is 11.9. So two very similar size fields. That should work out really well for us. The train running along here, so that's the train heading back down towards the big time operation, towards the shop. Our fields are sort of that way, and the main yard is kind of back over that way. But this is it. This is what we're going to be working with. So I think Uncle said he was happy to come down and help out, so we might get him to come down here with the Ford, with the TW, and get in here and get some cultivation going, get the seed bed worked up, and we will come down with the planter and follow through with him. Like I said, we're probably going to try and put some corn in. We'll see how we go. There is an option to put some narrow soybeans in too. We could see if we can find some seed for those and put those in here as a little bit of an experiment, a little bit of a test for us, and see what we can do. So there's no time to waste. Like I said, we're about as late as we'd want to be planting. We want to get anything in before the end of May, and that gives us pretty much today. And there's some rain in the forecast too. It's meant to pass, just a few showers this morning, so fingers crossed that doesn't put a dampener on things, so to speak. So we'll get back over, we'll get Uncle underway, and he can come over and make a start, and we'll get the planter set up and over here. So Uncle's made his way down to the field. He's getting started down there. He should be fine, not too much to worry about. They're pretty good shape fields actually to be working in. We've got the planter out. We've already topped up the seed. There's like literally, I don't know, 2 bushels I think left in this tank here. 3 bushels. So we're going to have to worry about that a little bit later. And then we've got the full one here. So I'm kind of grappling with what we're going to do. I think we're just going to put that on the back of the pickup and use a bucket or something to fill up into the hoppers here on the back of the planter. I really don't think it makes any sense to drive the planter all the way back over here to top up, and I don't have a trailer or anything to take the skid steer down to the field with. So I talked about it the other day. We might have to get ourselves a gooseneck just for these eventuations. But before we do that, I've been on the phone to the shop. Going to need to shoot down. I've got a tote of fertiliser down there. We're not going to have enough liquid fertiliser to get the field done, that's for sure. So I want to make sure we get as much put on now as we can. So I think it'll be worth the time, worth the trip down there. We need Uncle to get done on the first field anyhow before we can make any progress. So we'll jump in, go for a drive down to the shop, grab some more fertiliser, and we might even take the time while we're doing this just to stop in and take a look at a couple of the fields and just see how the crops are going. Well, that was pretty painless. Loaded up already. Got this Bayer Ginstar EC fertiliser, which is good. It's nice to have some actually realistic totes in the game. I'll put a comment, or leave in the comments where these came from, but they were found on a niche page, and I just thought it was quite nice to just have some sort of proper branded totes. Nothing else. There's a few of them in the range, but I noticed the dealer had another one of these case cyclo planters down here. Obviously very popular, very common around this area. Anyhow, let us jump back up in the pickup. We will head on back down to the farm. We'll go get this put into the into the seeder, get the planter topped up with fertiliser, and then we'll swap this out with a tote of seed, pallet of seed, box of seed, whatever you want to call it, and take that on over to the field. And I did say we'd stop in and take a look here at some of the fields as we head around, and we're going back past the soybean field, and these are looking really good. I'm really pleased how these look. There is a few weeds out here, kind of a few patches of them are not right through the field. We are going to have to get in here and give them a spray at some stage. Fortunately, we did manage to grab a hold of that sprayer, get that picked up, and obviously we'll be able to run around and do that. I'll have to figure out if we can get some narrow tyres, maybe put on the International. We'll just have to see. Maybe there might be some floating around back at the farm. I haven't seen any, but there could be in the back of the shed or something like that. But yeah, this is all looking pretty good. Pretty happy with how this is all growing and germinating with very even strike across the whole field, which is nice. Good to see. So that is that's the first of the soybean fields, which is looking good. Anyhow, let's get on back down, and we will go and get the planter over to the field. Uncle must be making a pretty good fist to getting started in there, so fingers crossed we'll be able to get over and get some planting. No rain in the sky yet, but it's still forecast, so we will just have to keep an eye out for that. Right, let's jump back in here and carry on back down to the yard. Well, we've been back to the yard, we've got the fertiliser into the planter, we've got the seed on the back of the pickup, and we've come on over here to get that all sorted. Uncle's making some pretty good progress in here, getting it through the field. He's a little bit more cautious with the equipment than we are, doesn't run it quite as fast and hard as it probably could, but he's getting through the fields and getting it done. So, cutting on an angle, which is nice, and he's going for these skip rows. Not much we can do actually until he's got a little bit further through this, so I might just take the chance while he's running this, and before we go back and get the planter, I might just throw the drone up, get a few shots of him while he's working, and then we'll come back, and hopefully by then he's finished and we'll be able to make a start on the planting, but we'll see how we go. Anyhow, let's grab that drone and get that up in the air. Well, Uncle's not too far away from getting the up and down rows finished, and then he will be on the headlands, and that's not going to take him too long. So he needs to go around the field twice and he will have this all tidied up. So I think by the time we've made our way back over to the yard, grabbed the tractor, got back over here with the tractor and the planter and got everything set up and ready to go, we'll probably just about be in the next field. So we're going to leave him there. We're going to have to start the long walk back, aren't we, because we can't take the pickup with us. So we're going to head on back over to the yard and go and grab the seeder. Well, one more job to do before we head on out, and that is just to get this topped up with diesel. It's getting a little bit low, so we don't want to run out over there in the field. Let's jump on in and we will make a move across. So I'm looking forward to getting this done. I'm going to be putting corn in, like I said earlier, using up the rest of the seed that we didn't use in the field over the road, and we'll see how we go. If we can get the first field done, we'll assess how much seed we've got left. We've got the whole tote over there at the field already. If it's sort of half of one of those left, then I'll probably just put corn in the rest. If we've used most of it up, I'm really keen to put some narrow soybeans into that other field. So we'll see where we end up and make a call as we get through it with what we're going to do with the remainder of that field. But let's carry on down there. Let's get planting, get started, and get this corn in the ground. Well, typical, isn't it? I said it was going to rain, and just as we get over here to start planting, the rain comes. It's not meant to hang around for too long. It should be gone in hopefully an hour and a half or so. Uncle looks like he's on to, well, he's gone around the headland once, just has the one more pass to do, and he'll be done in that field. He should be able to keep going over next door and get most of that done while this rain's happening. We shouldn't have too many hiccups or anything waiting for it, but yeah, looks like a good field, doesn't it? I'm looking forward to getting some corn into there and seeing how it all goes. There's Uncle just up here, just heading around the edge of the headlands. So we will go over, we'll go park up by the pickup. We will get the planter unfolded and everything like that, but we will wait till this rain has been and gone to make a start on the planting. Like I said, there's not much in the way of clouds in the sky or anything like that, so my fingers are crossed that this is not going to hang around for too long. And as you can see in the top, the forecast is for it to clear pretty quickly, so we'll just have to hope it's a bit of a passing shower. Look at that, some blue just about all around us. Anyhow, let's go and park up. We'll get this ready to go, and we'll get Uncle moved across and into the other field as well. Well, the rain's been and gone. Uncle's finished the field and he started off in the second one. He hasn't got too far through that one over there, actually. He went and had a cuppa, had his morning tea. Didn't want to work him too hard, but anyhow, it does mean we can get back in here and make a start on the planting. So get this all powered up, turn that on, lower that down, put out our row marker. We found those invaluable in the other fields, and we will just get into it. Here we go. It looks like it is doing exactly what we want it to do. Looking very good. Now just bring up our little mini map just to make sure our nitrogen is going on. Look at that green stripe we're getting there. That is just about perfect. So very, very happy to see that. So I think we're just going to jump straight into time lapse here with the planter. Hopefully by the time we're finished, Uncle's going to be finished in there as well. I know, like I said, he's going a little bit slower, but we can live with that. He's definitely covering more ground width-wise than we are, and by the time we stop and fill it with seed and all of those things, I'm sure he'll be able to keep ahead of us. So let's carry on. We'll catch up with you probably once we finish this field and when we move into the next. Timing wise we're going to work out alright. Looks like Uncle's got probably just the headlands to go. Looks like we might just be finishing up the last of the passes there in the field, which is good. We are through 3/4 of the way through this tank of seed, and we've got about half of the box on the back of the pickup left. I have been thinking long and hard about what we're going to do, but I think just for the fact we've got over half of this tank of fertiliser left, we are just going to carry on and put corn in here. We've still got the seed, we've still got the fertiliser. It just doesn't make sense to go and put soybeans in, and it does make it a bit easier for us just to track exactly how much crop we end up with. Remember, like I said at the start, this is going to be just for us, not for Uncle and Aunt. We are leasing this ourselves, so it'll just be easier for us to just deal with one contract for selling it, everything like that. So that is what we are going to do. We'll carry on here. Just have a look, how much is there left in there? 14 bushels, actually it's not very much, is there? We'll have to go and get some more. Definitely have to go and get some more. Probably one more box, so we'll have to go down to the shop and get that. Which will probably be a good thing to do right now actually. We'll try and get the planter filled up, and while Uncle's doing this last pass we will go and get another box of seed, and then we'll be back down here. But I think that is definitely going to be the right choice to make, just for the fact we've got the fertiliser, we've got the seed, everything's set up to go that way, so it'll make it easier come harvest time. So we'll do this and go and get that sorted. Well, we're back with our seed, and Uncle is just getting finished here in the field, so that is fantastic timing. Just moved the planter out of the way. Hopefully the pickup's not on the way. Nah, it's all good. So he should just head around the corner here just a little bit, and then he's going to be all done, which is fantastic. It means we can go and jump in and make a start on getting this field planted, and everything will be done. We'll be back up to speed and have had this rather unexpected job all finished, which will be fantastic. But we'll just let him grapple with that tight corner. I think that should be all good. Hopefully get that all turned off, folded up, and he can head on back down to the yard and we can carry on planting. So with that all done, we can jump back in here now. Let's get this powered up and ready to go. Might just back right up here, tighten to the corner, start right back up in there. Turn that on, lower it down, and we will put our row marker out the side, and then we're good to go. And there we go. Now this field is a little bit bigger than the other one. This one was 12.03 acres I think, the other one was 11.9, so all up we should end up with about 24, just under 24 acres of corn in here, which would be fantastic. It'd be nice to have this as our own income. Now just while we're getting underway here, you'll notice that our money has gone down. That's the cost of the extra tote of liquid fertiliser and the extra box of seed that we've gone and purchased. We've paid for those. Obviously Uncle and Aunt's finances are getting pretty low with the regular loan repayments I've been able to make, so for now we have covered that cost, and I mean it only makes sense because it is our cost. This is going to be our field and we're going to get all the income off it, so we've paid for those, and that is that. But we are probably going to have to loan a little bit of money to Uncle and Aunt, I think, just to get them through until we can get some crops off, because they do still have to have their regular repayments coming out as time progresses, and as much as the bank have been quite generous with us so far, and the fact we've managed to get into the cycle of regular repayments, I think we want to keep on doing that and servicing that debt as best we can. Anyhow, we'll see what happens. We'll have a chat to them. So let's carry on. We'll get this field opened up, get the headlands done, and then jump into some up and down rows. So catch up with you in just a bit. completely honest, I did not realise this field wasn't square when we started out, when I decided we'd do the other side of the field first. I thought it was parallel with this edge, but we'll just tidy up this last little piece in here. We'll see will be just that smallest of small wedges, and then we're going to be done. And again, great job. This has gone really well. We've got 10%, 3.2 bushels of seed in here. We've ended up with 44 gallons of fertiliser left over, plus a little bit more seed in the back of the pickup still in the seed box. But that's awesome. I'm pretty stoked with that. I'm just going to try and do this little piece here next to the pickup. That'll do. And we're done. Just like that. Our leased fields, which basically, up until last night, I didn't know we were going to be farming, have now been ploughed or cultivated, with the lime worked into them, and now we've planted them with corn and given it a good dose of fertiliser as well. So everything's looking pretty good. I know it says the pH value's bad. They didn't put it on correctly, didn't put on quite the level that was needed to bring the pH right up. So it's not ideal, but everything else is looking pretty good on it, which I'm happy with. So I think we're going to get everything back over to the yard now. We'll have to clean out all the hoppers and that out of the seeder, out of the planter, because we do need to get this back over to Jim at some stage. We're definitely 100% finished with it now. There's no more surprises, none that I hope of anyhow. Right, let's jump up in here and we will head back on over to the yard. Well, job done back over here at the yard, and we're just going to spend a bit of time going through, making sure everything's clean, tidy. Emptied out all the hoppers, rinsed them all out, given them a good clean before we run this back over to Jim's. We do need to go and grab the pickup as well and get that back over here, but I think we're going to wrap things up for today's episode just there. That's going to be a good spot. We do have someone coming in. I think I've got a contractor lined up to come in and start on the bin foundations in the next wee while, so hopefully we'll see some progress with those. They're going to go along here just to start off with, kind of between where this track is. Heads out behind the shed there. So sort of starting around here. We might have to level it out a little bit, but we should have enough space. Even if we've moved the header and the plough, they can go somewhere else. There's plenty of space to put those, but this is going to be where we're going to have our bins lined up, so that should work out pretty well. So we do have someone coming in to help us out with those in the, well, hopefully sometime in June. What else have we got planned? Well, we do have a lot of spraying coming up. We're going to have to get the sprayer out and put some of that herbicide in it and go and get some spraying done, get some weeds killed. So we're going to have a look and see if we can find some narrow tyres for the International. We'll have a look around and see if there's some, could be some behind the shed over there. I don't know, we haven't had a look around, but fingers crossed there's some somewhere we can put onto that and then get some spraying done. But like I said, we're going to wrap things up there for this episode. As always, I hope you've enjoyed this episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, Argsy here. I would love to be saying that we are going to be getting these guys to do our spraying today, but I think they are a bridge too far financially to afford. Maybe next year, we'll see, but they had an open day. Sort of could see what they were doing, how they do their work, had everything out. We've got one of their planes, and it's just coming into land now, sort of doing touch and goes, flying around. We'll watch him come in, do his thing. But yeah, they've just been flying around, giving him a chance to come along and see what it is they do around here. There he goes, he's off again. I like how they've had to put some little orange markers on the telegraph poles down there on the wires just to make sure they know they're there. But anyhow, we had them actually operating over the back fence the other day at home, and I took some videos of these guys. Amazing pilots, honestly, do a fantastic job, and it would be a very, very quick way to get all the weeds dealt with in our crops. But like I said, alas, it is not the time nor the financial decision to make today to pay someone to come in and do this. Maybe next year, we will see. I do like these Robertsons with the sprayer on them, and this setup here, being able to drive out in the field, land the helicopter up on top, pump everything in, fill it up, and it goes again. Awesome. So mobile, so functional. Anyhow, that's enough of that. Our plan today, we need to get back down to the farm. We do have our own spraying to get done. We've got a lot of weeds in our crops, and we need to get those taken care of. We might stop in and have a look at the cornfield on the way back. Our field, we've been over to that. The two fields we've leased, they've germinated, and they are looking pretty good. Pretty happy with how they've all turned out, actually. So, yeah, let's go and jump in, go for a drive back over to the yard, and we will go and get into some work. Well, while we're going past, we may as well just shoot up here into the soybean field, have a quick look at this one, and then we'll stop actually just down the road when we get to the bridge and go and have a look at the cornfield. But they've grown a lot more. Not go too far. Park there's good. They've definitely grown pretty well. Looking very healthy. Nice bit of colour to them. Nice even germination, and they're really grown up, which is good. A few weeds, not a huge amount though, not too many. Like you can see there. It's a shame we don't have any advanced spraying technology to be able to just spray the spots we need to. These big spots in here. I mean, we could go through, and if there was none, we can turn the sprayer off and on. We can sort of see where they are a little bit, so maybe we have to use a little bit of farmer's own technology. But yeah, everything's looking good. Happy days. Pleased to see these crops all doing well and having a really good start to their growing career. So we'll growing career. Never heard of a plant having a growing career. Anyhow, growth cycle, let's call it that. Jump back in, we'll go and just stop in at the cornfield and have a quick look in there. That's already starting to get pretty high actually, so hopefully we've not missed the window to get in there and get that sprayed as well. But let's go and have a look at that, and then we'll go and grab the tractor, get the sprayer hooked up, get some herbicide into the back of it, and go and do some spraying. Well, we're getting about waist high and already starting to see a few tassels and that on top, so fingers crossed we haven't left this too late and we're not going to do too much damage to it running through. We should be okay. We're only in June, so knee high by the 4th of July. Well, watch out, 4th of June, knee high by the 4th of June. A few weeds again in here as well to deal with, but that is what it is. Still got to decide what we're going to do with this grass area. The lodge guy's gone quiet. I don't know whether he took our initial skepticism and rejection, or whether we might have come across a little bit excited when we had a helicopter sitting here, but for now it's still sitting here empty. We could see if there's anyone around locally who might want to come in and mow it and take the grass off. It's no use to us, we don't have any purpose for it, so we might make some inquiries, contact one of the cattle farmers or something like that. So anyhow, that's enough of that. We're not getting anything done by stopping and looking at all the fields. Let's go and get back up and get started on actually doing some work in them. Although, before we do go, look at this pickup. We've had a bit of downtime since we finished seeding, and we obviously took the chance to give it a good wash and a good clean and a good polish, looking much tidier than it was. Right, let's jump in, get on up to the yard. So first things first, we'll get the tractor out. We did manage to find some slightly narrower tyres. I think those will fit down between the rows without causing too much damage. We're going to have to be careful driving around, but I think we should be able to get down and around without those. Now, just popping in here, we've got 3 totes. I had ordered these before we had those 2 extra fields, so I'm hoping that there's going to be enough there. We'll just have to keep an eye on it, see how we go on the first couple of fields. We will start over the road, we'll run over the soybeans. In fact, we'll do all the soybeans first, because we should probably be using a slightly different herbicide between the soybeans and the corn. Slightly different crops, they will respond differently. So we'll go and do all of one, and then jump in and do the other. Probably soybeans first, and then we'll tackle the corn. Anyhow, let's go and grab the sprayer pulled out. I'm looking forward to using this. Obviously, it is our piece of kit. It's our equipment, and we haven't used it yet. We haven't had a good look over it, and it all seems to be running pretty well. We've had some water in it, and it's sprayed really nicely. So, fingers crossed it's going to do a good job when we get it into the field. So, we're going to get hooked up, bring it over here, get it topped up, and we'll go and make a start on some spraying. Alright, so that's us all hooked up. I've just jumped up in here to turn everything on, make sure that pump's running, which it is, so it's drawing out of the tote, and as you can see the weight coming off that, and there we go, that's full. So we've used 528 gallons out of that tote. It's only 44% here into the sprayer. We've got a 1200 gallon capacity in the sprayer, but I think we will just put the 1 tote in for now and go and see how far that goes, because I'm mindful of the fact we've only really got 3 that we can use at the moment, so I'm intrigued to see how far it will go across the soybeans. If we can get, what do we say, 2, the field over the road, and maybe the bigger of the 2 fields we've got down the road done, then I'd be pretty happy and pretty confident we might get it all finished. But let's go and see. We'll move the skid steer here out of the way and go and get started. Now, as it turns out, this field here, the area here on the left, which we ploughed and was all new ground, doesn't actually have any weeds in it. One of the joys of ploughing, you tend to manage to bury the weed seeds all nice and deep. Look, there goes the top dresser, the crop duster, teasing us almost, as if to say, look at you down there using your peasant's equipment. But yeah, like I said, we've actually got no weeds up in that left hand bit, which is kind of good. It means we've only really got this section down in here to worry about. So I'm just going to make our way out here nice and carefully. I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to get this all unfolded Not even sure how big it is, but let's just turn down a row. Get that there. Let's just see about getting that unfolded. There we go. First time unfolding it out in the field and angle. We've obviously had it unfolded in the yard. Left enough room to the edge. Boom's overhanging probably a little bit more than I'd like it to. We don't want to be ripping that off in a tree, but there we go. Can we? There we go. Yes, we can raise that up. So that's good. That'll work out really well in the corn. So I think we'll turn that on. Make sure it's all going to work. Look at that, working perfectly. Right, let's head around this field real quickly and see how it all goes. Well, so far so good. We're not using up too much of the herbicide. It's what, 60 gallons an acre, so we should be able to get, well, if you do that maths, we can actually only get 8 acres out of a tank or out of the tote. So actually it's probably going on a little bit thicker than I'd like it to, but wasn't worth showing a time lapse or anything for that. We'll just get that field finished. So that's that all done. We'll get this folded up. Like I said, there's actually no weeds up here in the main part, which was the grass, because we managed to bury all the seeds and they haven't germinated, which is fantastic. It does mean we will head on over and go and make a start in one of the other fields. I'm not sure which one. Probably head up to the one we looked at on the way down to the yard this morning or earlier on. Go and get into that and see how it goes. It's going to take me a little bit of getting used to having the boom and the distance we need to turn around headlands and things like that, but I'm sure by the time we've finished we'll be in a pretty good spot and have it pretty down pat. So let's go and carry on. Well, here we are into the next field, and I'm assuming because we ploughed around the edges we probably actually don't need to worry about going too close to the edges too. Explains why we've got that sort of band around the outside where there's no weeds, so that's actually going to bode very well, making sure we don't use up quite as much herbicide as we might have had to otherwise. Going to be very, very good. Right, let's get that unfolded again. Get this set to a height once it's gone down. Right, there we go. Jump that up a little bit. That's pretty good. So let's turn that back on again. And let's carry on. We've got a good sighter on where all the weeds are. It's actually probably beneficial that we've let them grow for a little bit longer. Should be able to make a pretty good start. So we'll jump into a little bit of a time lapse here for this. Like I said though, we're not going to have quite as much to do as I thought, which is fantastic. So we'll carry on, get this field done, and then move on down to the next one. There we go, that's that field done as well. Now I got halfway through that field and sort of felt a little bit like I wasn't taking it seriously the way I was driving. It felt a little bit haphazard and kind of just going wherever I wanted to. I've also noticed that there is actually, like what I just sprayed there is some small weeds in amongst the more obvious ones. So whether I've done a good job in covering those two fields off or not, I'm not 100% sure. In fact, we'll take a look at the PDA, just get outside the field here and have a look at that, because I wouldn't be surprised if I've not done the best job there. I think I was more fixated on how quickly can I get through it without using up too much herbicide, and meaning we don't have to buy any more, rather than probably running the way we would have normally if you were doing that properly, up and down rows. I was kind of all over the place, so a little bit of a regret there with that one, but we'll try and fix that, do a better job when we get down into the corn. But let's have a look on the map and see how well we did on spraying those two fields of the weeds. Well, all in all, the field we're in, not too bad. We've actually got just a couple of spots in there. Nothing too bad. Go down and have a look at the other one. Much the same, and as I thought, it was probably these areas around the outside where I was a little bit liberal with how close I needed to be. So, generally, I'm not actually too disappointed that there might be a couple of weeds still through there. In fact, we actually missed quite a bit up in this one too, which isn't the best, but there you go. You can see our field there that has got a lot in the corn, and if we just go and have a look over there, a lot over in the corn over there as well. So we will certainly make more of an effort to go around the fields and try and harvest more in the rows as we get through those fields, particularly now that I know we've still got 2 totes of herbicide over in the shed, and we can probably have enough to cover off all those fields. Interestingly, I've noticed when we've been running along the road, the traffic stops. It must be detecting almost the collision with the width of the boom on this in an open position rather than as it is in its closed position. They seem to be stopping like they're going to crash into me when they're not at all, so who knows. Anyhow, doesn't worry me if they stop. Let's carry on. Let's go get topped up with some spray that's suitable for our corn, and we'll go over and make a start over in there. There we go, we are getting the rest of the herbicide put in there. This is the second tote, we've already put one in, and it has gone and taken all of them. So that is us full up with, well, obviously not full because there must be room for more, but that is all our herbicide now sitting up in the sprayer. So fingers crossed, that's going to be enough to run over all the corn land we have. We're going to obviously go and tackle the corn ground over the road first. That is the priority, and if we have enough, we will go down and do our 2 leased fields as well, so we'll just have to wait and see how we end up. But let's get this skid steer out of the way, then we'll jump in the tractor and head on over the road. Well, about as full as we could be, 98%, 1182 gallons. Of course, we have capacity for 1200. Now, in light of my comments finishing the last field, we're going to do the right thing, not drive through the soybeans to get into the corn. We're going to head down this way and take the access in off the main road and head in and get started down there. So see when we get down there. And here we are, let's get turned in. We will get down to the bottom, get into the field. Now we are going to run around, we'll do a headland pass, get that done, and then we will worry about doing the up and down rows. And like I said, we are going to do our best to try and follow along the rows here with the corn and see how that all goes. Make sure we try and do it as authentically as we can. So we'll get this all unfolded. We're just going to have to wait for it to get right around, then going to lower down. Once we've got it to down, we should, here we go, that's right down, should be able to adjust the height to bring it right up as high as it needs to be for the corn. I think that's about the maximum we can. I don't think there is the doesn't look like we've got any adjustments there with the controls we have, but I would have thought we might have been able to raise the booms a little bit down on the end, but that's going to do. We're just going to have to turn things on and see how we go. So let's crack into this field. Like I said, go around the headlands, and then we'll get into some up and down rows. So we'll see you once we've made a bit more progress. Well, there we go. That is that field all finished. That went really, really well actually. We've only used about, what, 32% of our tank, so we've still got more than enough to go over and tackle our other 2 fields of corn, which is really, really good. It was very fortunate actually. Our markers from when we were planting, you could still see those through the corn. It actually worked out that this is the width of 3 rows with the planter, so if we went down every second or every third row marker, we would have been pretty much right on the money with the width, so it worked out really, really well. It's very fortunate. Right, we're just going to carry on straight down, jump into the leased fields and go and get those sprayed as well, and then that will be us all on top of all the weeds, all the herbicide application, everything that needs to be done for our crops, and all that's really left for them now is to continue growing and getting to maturity and to get a combine in there and see how far we have advanced the farm with the improvements we have made so far. So let's head on down this way, just right up here at the winery, and head on down into our 2 leased fields. And here we are over at the new fields. A lot of weeds out on these ones actually. I almost feel like there's more weeds out here than the others. It might just be the fact that the corn is a month behind in the growth, obviously not as high as the fields we've just been into. The weeds aren't quite as big either, so I'm not sure whether that's what makes them look more obvious, just the weeds just stand out a little bit more. But anyhow, let's get on in here. Regardless of the fact we are going to have more than enough herbicide to get everything done, so we should be able to just line up here again once more on these rows, get things unfolded and get into a little bit more spraying. There we go, that's all unfolding just perfectly, so we'll let this get up and ready to go and then we'll get straight into it. That's both of these fields done, and we've still got about 320 gallons of herbicide, so we've managed to get across all our fields, get everything done without having to buy any more, which is fantastic. About the first thing that we did estimate very well. In fact, in saying that, we did pretty well with our herbicide for the, not our herbicide, our liquid fertilizer for the corn. We didn't actually need any more of that, and even our corn seed, we actually over-ordered, if anything else. Soybean seed, yeah, well that was actually pretty close too, so I'd like to think we did a pretty good job estimating. Anyhow, let's head on back up to the farm. We're just going to get this all tidied away, give it a wash down, put it back in the shed. We'll take a look at the map, make sure we've done a good job getting all the fields sprayed, and then we'll have a little bit of a chat about the plans for the next couple of months. So we'll get in here with the hose and give this a good clean off. It's picked up a bit of dirt and dust and things as it's gone around, and obviously we want to make sure we get any residual herbicide and anything off the frame. We don't want to see it rusting or anything like that, so we'll give this as good a clone as we can. It'd be nice to actually have a proper pressure washer rather than just having to use this hose. I'm sure we'd get a better result, but this is going to make do for what we have now. There we go, it's looking a lot cleaner. A lot less dirt there. Just going to have a look at the tractor as well, make sure that gets a good clean off. I don't know if we're going to need this tractor anymore again this season. It's just about probably done its dash. All we've got really left to do, apart from harvest, is possibly some full tillage. Not sure, we will just wait and see, but this certainly won't be doing that. That'll be the job for the Ford. There we go. Maybe we can give this a bit of a TLC and get some touch-up paint there on the cab. It's starting to look pretty worn very quickly. Anyhow, that looks much better. So we'll just pop on over here, get that turned off. There we go, and we'll go and get the sprayer put away. Now, the other thing we do need to do today is we need to move some of these things. Need to get the combine out, move this header, hook this up to the tractor and pull it out of the way, because like I said earlier, we do have the bin guys coming, or the foundation people coming to put in the rings for the 3 new bins that we're getting. So new to us, second-hand bins. So we'll need to get these things moved out of the way. Well, it feels a little bit strange having the combine out, but we've got the header here hooked up. We're just going to, where are we going to put this? Might as well just put this up in the top end of the shed here, or the frame. Where it was a little while ago, so that is at least out of the way and not going to get hit or anything like that. That's that done. We moved the plough, you can see that just over there on the right where we've put that for now. That is out of the way and not going to be needed any time soon, so we'll get this backed back in here into this shed where we had it. I haven't given myself a very good chance of doing that on that angle, but we will make our way in there. Here we go. Get that turned off. Not too long now, not too long to wait at all. But that's cleared that up nice for bringing in the foundation guys, the concrete guys, to get some rings put down in here. So hopefully by the time we are back next time, we'll have those down ready to get the bins moved. I am doing a little bit of research. We've talked about it a few times about finding a baler. In fact, that will be a job for the International. If we can find ourselves a baler, we're going to bale up all the corn stalks. We've got local farmer, one of the dairy farmers, he's pretty interested in taking those for some bedding and things like that. So we've already got those lined up to be sold, which is good. And a bit of a bonus having that extra corn to be able to bale that as well. But there we go. Another episode here, another task done here on the farm. And we are edging ever closer to harvesting. In fact, I think if the next episode's not into harvest, the one after that will very much certainly be making a start somewhere, I think. So keep an eye out for those coming very soon. But for today, that's going to do it for us. As always, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. We've been on a bit of a road trip this morning. This is definitely not Taheton County, that is for sure. We have crossed the border of the state. We've headed down south out of Iowa. We are now in Missouri and heading into River Bottom area. We've come down to go and see about a baler. We found a New Holland baler online, and it's done, I think they've done, what, 7 seasons or something with it, so it's wrapped a fair few bales, but they've used it a lot on corn stalks, so similar to what we're wanting to get it and set it up for. So we've come down here to have a look. They want 20 grand for it, so we'll go and see if we can negotiate on that or not. Now you'll notice our money's a little bit lower. That is the AG cash. Obviously we've been paying our $2,000 a month on our land lease. Now, sorry, just paying attention here. I think it's down this way. But yes, we have been paying out $2,000 on the land lease. Plus, we've also had that 10 grand come out, which we were loaning to Uncle to pay for the bins. So that has come out of there too. So we're down a little bit, but we should be able to get back up very, very quickly. Now, I think it's in here somewhere. There's a bale dealer somewhere that they sold a lot of bales out of. Not sure exactly where, but I think we head around the back. So we'll go and find it. And we'll go and have a look at this baler and see if we can negotiate anywhere down on that 20k. Well, that was the wrong driveway. We needed to go into the next one. That's where, that's the co-op. That's where you can get all your seed and fertilizer and things like that from. If we just head out here, and they said to go down the very next one, and we'll find our way down into the back of here, animal dealer, right down the end. But if we turn right beforehand, we will go in and find that. So let's go and have a look. I'm excited to get a baler. Of course, again, something else that we're adding to our list of equipment that we're going to own. This is not for Uncle and Aunt, this is for us. And we will go and see all about it. Now, let's head around. Animal dealer there. There we go. Oh, look at that. So they've even got it out for us. Right, let's go and take a look at it, and we'll go and have a chat to these guys and see what we can do. But that looks very nice already. Right, let's go and have a look around. Well, I've got to admit, it's looking in pretty good nick, considering the amount of hours they've put on it, the amount of bales that have gone through it. It's a roll belt 450, so it's not the biggest of the New Holland balers that you can get, but it will do up to a 180 centimetre round bale, which is ideal for us. The bigger we can do with the corn stalks, the better, less handling and that we have to worry about in the fields. But, I mean, I don't really know exactly what I'm looking at, but it's looking in pretty good condition. Nothing seems out of place, nothing seems broken or damaged or anything like that. In fact, some of those tines in that on the pickup there look like they've already been replaced once. There's not much wear on them considering the amount of bales, so they've probably, as you'd expect, probably put a few replacement ones in there at different times and things like that. One thing I have been told, make sure you have a good look at the belts up the top there, and see if we can just stand up here on the bale tipper. Right, there we go. And you can see the belts up there. They're actually all looking in pretty good nick, often being rubbery. You can see some perishing and everything like that on them, but they're looking pretty darn good. So I'd say 20 grand's probably not a bad price, but we'll go in and have a chat so we can knock them down a little bit on it. Well, it took a while, but we've got them down to 18 grand. They realised we'd come a long way to take it, and I said, look, 20 grand was just a bit too much. Would they take 16? We negotiated our way into the middle there with 18, so I'm pretty happy with that. 18 grand for a new baler. If we were going to buy something like this brand new out of the shop, we'd be looking 50, maybe $60,000. So this will be pretty good. I'm looking forward to this. And the international pullet, no drama. I think it only needs, I don't know, 70, 80, 90 horsepower. So should be good to go. So we'll get this backed up, get it hooked up here onto the pickup. Should be able to get it all hooked up, and we'll continue the journey back up to Iowa. There we go, that's all hooked up. Looks a bit dodgy, but I'm pretty confident that it's going to handle that. And we've got the plug there, so our lights and everything should work across the back. In fact, should we better just go and put our hazards on and just double check that those are going to work. Alright, there we go, hazards are on the pickup, and yeah, there we go, working just fine. And it doesn't look like it's going to stick out too much wider than the width of the truck anyhow, so we should be good to go. Right, let's jump in. We are going to head on our way back. Might just take a little bit of a look around here. Just it's always nice to see some different countryside. So some nice bit of land down here. A little bit different to our fields. Lots of big regular square fields here. Not a huge amount of trees or anything like that that get in the way. So it is a nice change. Nice change. Anyhow, let's jump in here and we will get on our way. Well, we've plugged our destination into the GPS, and it's quickest to go that way, but if we head out to the left here, there's a little country road we can take which takes us back onto the interstate, and it only adds about 5 minutes to our journey, so we'll go and have a look at that. Just looking at all those big tractors there, look at them all lined up. It'd be nice to have something like that on the farm. Anyhow, I'm sure there'll be plenty of big stuff like that around this place. We'll carry on down this way and just take a quick look around. Like I said, lots of big, nice open fields here. They've got the train as well. This is actually the same train that runs all the way down from Taheton, runs on down. Big long grain train that comes through here and tops up as it goes through. But yeah, looks like they had the same problem that we had with weeds. They need to get out here and get spraying. Probably need those crop dusters. I'm not sure if there's anyone around who does this, but you can imagine a crop duster would love this area. Nice big open pastures, nice big open fields. Just have to watch out for all those telegraph poles, but occupational hazard. Anyhow, I think that's enough. It is nice. It is a nice part of the world. Wouldn't mind spending some time down here at some stage, but for now, we need to get back up to our place and worry about things going on up there, including some foundations being done for the first of the bins. So I'm hoping that is all going to be done by the time we get back. They had made a good start on it, and I think they were sort of getting ready to take boxing off. They'd poured concrete and everything like that, so we're probably not far away from being able to get our bins in, and we'll moved from Jim's place and put in at ours. So we'll catch up with you when we get back to the yard. Well, it's been a bit of a drive, but we are back here in Taheton, just heading past the co-op. Going to turn down the road here. Here we go. This will take us back down towards the farm. That was the agronomist's office just there back there on the right. If you remember, it's been a wee while since we've been and seen them. We'll actually have to have a chat to them at some stage and let them know how things have gone and get some plans from them for what we're going to do in the next season once we've got our crops out of the ground and things like that. But we do have to make a plan. We'll start thinking about that before too much time, because we have to start ordering seed and things like that. But I'm going to head on back down. This baler's actually towed really well. The Ford has done a fantastic job, hasn't skipped a beat. Not often I say that about a Ford, but today we will be saying it. Anyhow, let us head on back. We're not too far away from home now. We'll go and see what's happening back at the yard, and we've got a few other things to do. It's kind of a bit of a bits and pieces maintenance, harvest prep type day today, so let's get on back down there and make sure we are going to be ready to go very, very soon. And here we are back at the yard, so we'll go and figure out where we're going to put this. We'll probably try and back it in, maybe actually put it in front of where the sprayer is just for now. We're not going to need the sprayer out again anytime soon, so we'll head around. That's probably going to be the best place rather than getting in the way of anything else in the shed. But there we go, look at that, straight ahead of us. Got some foundations down for our silos, that's exciting. We're going to take a look at that in just a second, but we're going to get this backed in here. Yeah, it's going to be the best spot for it, isn't it? Right, we'll get that backed in, and then we'll go and have a look at these foundations. There we go, that's fitted in quite nicely in there. It's out of the way, not going to cause us any trouble. Looking forward to getting that out into the corn stalks, but let's have a look here. Look at these nice concrete slabs all done and ready to have 3 bins put on them. Now I'm not sure which order we're going to put them in, whether we put the meridian one here in the end, the smooth wall bin on the end, and then the other 2 bins here. I'm not quite sure, but it actually left us quite a bit of extra space here. It would definitely fit a 4th bin in there if we need to, and of course we can keep coming around here if we have to reform this vehicle access to sort of go closer to the tree. You can cut the tree down if we needed to, and we can store the cultivator somewhere else. But there we go, that's the foundations down and done. So now we need to organise with Jim getting over there, getting a crane in, deconstructing those bins, or definitely the 2 bins, the meridian ones, and the smooth wall bin. We'll have to try and see if we can get it lifted onto the back of a truck and hauled over here in one piece. So that's very exciting. Right, what else is there for us to do? We're going to go have a look at the combine. We're going to get that pulled out. Might grab the header out as well, the soybean header, because I think we're going to be harvesting soybeans first. See how that's all looking, and I do want to do some work on the truck. Try and figure out why we were having issues with it tipping last season, because if our yield's going to be as high as it is, we're going to be doing a lot more bushels through this truck, and is going to get frustrating very, very quickly. So we'll have a look at all of this, get it all pulled out, get it all field ready, and before you know it, we will be in and starting harvesting. Let's have a look here. It's been a wee while since we've hooked this up, but we should be able to get in here in just the right position. There we go, a little bit close. We'll get that hooked up there, backing off that quite nicely, and we've already opened the shed door up. I can't really see actually with this. Very, very bad visibility out of the back of this. I can't even make out my wing mirror on the side, but we'll get this backed in like we had previously, and we will go over everything, make sure all the sickles and everything like that are all good, check all the filters, oil, everything like that, give it a good grease, running over all the grease certs, and really just get this ready to go for harvest. Be nice to have a shed where it fitted in, but at least the combine can get in there and we can work on that. The header, I mean, it's a beautiful day. It's not bad to be out the front here working on that and going through all of those sickles. There's a few that need replacing. I have had a bit of a look. Obviously caught a few stones and things like that, so we will go through. Almost tempted to put a full new set of knives on there just so we know we're getting into the field with the best we can. But we'll try and save a little bit of money by not doing that. But everything else, like I said, again, we're just going to go right through, grease things, check belts are tight, make sure there's none that are worn or anything like that, and go through the combine as well, filters, oil, everything you can think of. Again, making sure that this is all good to go as well. Well, I've spent a bit of time on the combine, and I thought I'd get the truck out as well and see what's going on with this. Now, I don't know what the problem is, but when it's got nothing in it, and we've told it to tip, it's just carrying on tipping. Look at that. Never once, when we had a crop in the back, could we get it to keep on tipping like this. It'd get so far, and then it'd stop tipping. So, I don't know what the issue is. My guess, without having a look at the mod itself, my guess is that there's something to do with the tip trigger, that when the tip bed gets past a certain angle, then the trigger isn't actually in the trigger anymore, so it loses contact with what it's tipping in. That's about my best guess. If there's anyone out there who can suggest anything better on how to fix that, I'm all ears and keen to give it a go, because this is going to be a frustrating beast to be using all harvest, particularly now that we've been and had it here and seen that it will fully tip and it will stay up as long as we want it to. So yeah, it's a bit of a worry. Anyhow, we've got a few parts we're going to have to order for the combine, but we've got plenty of time to get that sorted out. Nothing complicated, nothing too complex, just a couple of filters, and there was a couple of belts which are a little bit loose, so we thought we'd get some new ones put in there on those. Otherwise, everything else is looking pretty good. There's not actually too many of the knives were too damaged, so we've just put the new ones on, and we're going to run with the older ones on there. But let's get this put back down. We'll do a little bit more research into it, spend a little bit of my time working on it, and see if we can come to the bottom of what the issues are. Well, to be honest, there's not a huge amount more to do. I think we're about as ready as we can be. Obviously, we've got to wait for the parts to arrive. We've got to do a little bit more time here on the truck and see if we can figure that out. And we've got to get the bins. And, which reminds me, something extra. We need to get an auger to fill these because we won't be able to do that. So I'm going to have a little bit of a look online. Again, it's something we're going to have to purchase, no doubt. Hopefully we can find something. We don't need a big auger. Hopefully we can find something that's pretty affordable, something a little bit older. We can run the International on it as well if we need to. So we will keep an eye out and have a look and see what there is we can find. But it's a little bit of a shorter episode, like I said. Not a huge amount going on the farm. We're kind of just in limbo, getting things ready for harvest, and I think we're just about there. We've got almost everything sorted out and ready to go. So hopefully next time you see us, we'll be getting that combine out and running it into some fields and making a start on some soybeans, finding out how much of a difference we have made to potential yields and all the potential returns for the farm. So as always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, and we'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. Now listen really quietly. You hear that noise? That is the sound of money. That is soybeans rattling around in their dry pods, ready to be harvested. I cannot say how excited I am to finally be at another harvest day, and the first harvest that we're going to have here on the farm after all the hard work we've put in over the last 12 months to get these fields, get the soil, get everything as in ship-shape condition, as good condition, and to give our chance to see if we can rescue the farm, save the farm for Uncle and Aunt. Have we done enough? I don't know. It's questionable, but fingers crossed we have. Now, it's been a couple of months since our last video. Not a huge amount has changed. We've just been busy with sorting out the combine, the truck, getting all the equipment up and ready. We've done some work on the bins. We've made another purchase, which we'll go and show you very, very soon. But yeah, like I said, listen to them rattle. Now, it's a little bit early to start combining just yet. It is only 6:57 in the morning, but that sun is going to come up in the sky and dry these pods out really, really well. So they should open up, and we should be able to get those soybeans out and into the back of the combine. Now, there's a little bit of a rain forecast. I did have a check, and it is only a passing shower or two, and it's meant to clear, meant to come through sort of a little bit later this morning. So it'll probably be after lunch before we do get out here, but I was just so excited to come out and see these fields ready to harvest that I needed to come out and show you as well. So we will head back over to the yard. We will well, the rain didn't come to much, which is good. Sun's back out, but we have just enjoyed a harvest lunch with Uncle and Aunt. First harvest of the season, first day on the fields, and they always have a nice spread they put on. So that has been what we've done. Now the plan is Uncle is going to be running the combine today. We're going to drive the truck, just give him a hand out there with those. We'll ride along with him for just a little bit, but you can already see it. Look at that. We've got our first bin in, first one relocated just in time. The second one's been dismantled. It is in pieces and is on its way down here, and we've got a crane booked for a couple of days time to come and do the smooth wall. So I'm hoping that this one bin is going to be enough for our first couple of fields. I don't even know how they're going to go, but you'll also see we've gone and purchased an auger. Now this auger is ours. You'll see there our money has gone down a little bit. This only cost us $2,500. It's in pretty good condition. It is second hand, a little bit older, but hopefully it is going to work wonders for us. We've had it running. It does seem to all work and everything like that, and the truck looks like with the grain door and everything it's going to tip in there just fine. So we will see once we've got a load of soybeans exactly how it's going to work. Dry running is one thing, but actual reality is another. So we've got the first of the bins there. The second one's going to come and get built on this pad, and then the smooth wall's going to go and stand over on the other pad over on the other side. So that is the plan. The other thing with our money has gone down by a couple of months, 3 months I think, of lease payments on the cornfields we have over the way. So again, that is what's happened and why our money's where it is. Obviously Uncle and Aunt's money that has had their regular repayments effectively going out. They are using the overdraft they have in their cash account, but it has been paying off the mortgage, which is the key thing, on the basis that we are going to have some good yield coming out of these fields. So fingers crossed we have arranged that. So everything's lined up, truck's looking nice and clean, combine's all good to go. We've got the header on the back of the pickup. You can see it just over there. So let's go and get everything all sorted, get it all set up and ready to go. We'll get Uncle up and running in the combine. If he doesn't get over in time, we might even open up the field. I think he was enjoying his lunch a little bit too much, so we will go and get things started. Well, Uncle said he will be over in a minute or two, so he's quite happy for us to get the field opened up. So we'll just get that hooked up there, back it out of the way. Nice to have that trailer. That was such a lucky find that our friend up the way found for us and managed to get shipped down. So let's just do that, and we're just going to lower the header down because we need to jump out and get in here, squeeze in through the gap. It's a bit tight. There we go. Get that PTO hooked up. I think that's everything done. Not too much wiring or anything to look out for. So get back up in here. The door closed, wheel down, and before we do anything we will just lift that back up and we're just going to get started. Power everything up, make sure it is all running nicely. We have had it running a couple of times. We did manage to replace quite a few of the sickles on the front and everything else like that. It's all greased, lubricated and ready to go. So let's lower that down and head on in here. Now from memory, I haven't actually gone back and checked our records, but from memory we were hitting about 80 bushels or something like that in the soybeans in the other fields. So far I'm not actually seeing 84.8. I'm not seeing a huge yield increase in this field, at least compared to what we were harvesting last year, but whether that's correct or not I'm not quite sure. I am doing that from memory, so we might have to go back and check our notes from last season and double down and check to see what it was we were doing, just to make sure we're getting our numbers there accurate. But look at this, isn't it nice to be in this field? Nice to be in this field. We ploughed this, we cleared those trees, and this is all new land that hasn't actually been harvested for 15-20 years. Of course it was the CRP land that had been on the farm, which came up at the end of last year, so we're very fortunate we were able to get in here and add this into the arable land that we have on the farm. So I think that's all going pretty well. I'm pretty happy with this as a start. I'm getting over 85 now, 85.2, so it is going up. I don't remember ever hitting those kind of numbers last season, so fingers crossed that we have managed to make a little bit of a gain there with our yields. But anyhow, let's carry on. We're 11% full already, which is a good sign as well. We'll jump into a little bit of a time lapse here as we get this field started, get it opened up, and we'll see you in just a bit. So it's pleasing to see the yield number has slowly been going up, just about at 88 bushels an acre now, which is good. Does perhaps suggest that things are better than I had thought, which is good. Very impressed, very happy with that. Decided to cut through here. We weren't going to make it around twice, and this might be a good way to be able to give the truck a route to drive through. Once we go and jump into that, might make it just a little bit easier to keep up with Uncle when he's back here in the combine. So I think, what have we got, 98%, we're just about full. We might as well try and take a little bit more off this headland here. Spin ourselves around, and head on back up this way, and then we'll go and grab the truck. Sure, Uncle won't be too far away from being over here and being able to take over from us, but it'll be good as well to try and get our first, there we go, full already. Be good to get our first lot of beans up into the bin, make sure everything will work there. So let's just head on back up this way. We'll go and grab the truck, get things unloaded. As I was saying a little bit earlier, we've spent a little bit of time on the truck and got a few things fixed with it. I think we've managed to figure out why it was stopping tipping when we were in the silos, and hopefully have got that resolved. Not sure if it's going to work with the auger, how well that's going to go. We will just have to wait and see. But we'll test that out very, very soon. We'll have the opportunity to see how that is all going. Alright, let's get turned in here. Now Uncle was he was on the way over just as we were heading back over to grab the truck, so he is all ready to go in the combine. Now I'm just looking at this, I think we might have a little bit of an issue just because of the angle that the truck's on. Let's just have a look. Yeah, that's not going to unload into there. It's just one of those vagaries. I think we discovered it last time when the truck's lower than the combine. It's not going to unload, but I think we back the combine around to the back here of the truck. It should be good to go. Let's just see. There we go, just had to tweak it just a little bit, just change the angle slightly, and it's unloading, so that's all good. Pleased to see that that is all working. So now that we've got that done, we will get Uncle set up and he will get underway, of course using a little bit of course play in the background, but that is how we have to do it. And we will take the truck over, even though it won't quite be full, and just see if we can get it working in the augers. Like I said, we've done some dry runs and everything seemed to work well, but until you've actually got some product going up the auger and testing it out in the bins, you're never going to know. So get the combine moving and we'll go take the truck over into the yard. Alright, 342 bushels, the first of our soybeans that we're going to be able to put in the bins. I can't even remember how big the bins are. I think they're 2,000 bushels or something like that. I might just double check that, but let's see. We'll probably have to get out and turn the tractor on, get that running so the PTO is working. So before we back ourselves up there to the unload point, let's just go and do that, get the tractor moving, and then we'll see how it's all going to work. But yeah, fingers crossed, this is all going to go really well. There we go, that's all running. I'm really worried that we're not going to have enough storage space with the 3 bins. I'm actually starting to wonder whether that's going to be enough, but I mean, that's a good problem to have, isn't it? We'll have to come up with a solution if that's the case, particularly with the corn that we've got for ourselves. We might have to see what we can do there. But right, PTO's all running, tractor's on. Let's just get ourselves backed up and see what happens here with the auger. So should be able to just back up to it. Hopefully we're going to get a tip trigger. Like I said, we've tested it, it seems to be working. And there we go, we do. It's very tiny though, which could be problematic. Let's see what happens as it tips. How far do we tip for? The truck's going up, like we looked at last time. The truck will actually tip for a very long time. And so far, well, so far that's good, isn't it? It's gone all the way up. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Beautiful, look at that. Perfect, no issues with the truck. You can see the beans going up into the top of the bin, and that's all working perfectly. I am super stoked to have managed to get that fixed. That's quite an achievement for me. Truck's all good to go, and it's working on the auger there just fine. So let's just go over here and have a look. We should be able to stand next to the bin. And there you go, you can see 342 bushels, and I will just take a very quick look to see how much this one holds. So it's this bin here, the flat bottom 1804, 3,500 bushels, so 342, so we've already got, what's that, 10% in there. So it's what, going to take 5.5 truckloads? That's right, isn't it? 3,500 bushels, yeah, that's 5 truckloads, because we only brought half a truckload over there, so 10 half truckloads, 5 full truckloads. Right, well, now that we know what we're dealing with there, let's head back on over to the farm, over to the field, and see how Uncle's getting on. So we've caught up with Uncle. He's heading back around the field here for what will be his second headland pass. Oh, just missing a little bit there. Now if you remember, we had to create these fields manually. We created a path for them, and of course I drove the first headland pass manually as well, so I might not have quite got it right, but there we go. This is all looking very good, up and going, and first soybeans. Look at that yield as well, it's still climbing, 88.5 bushels an acre. I wonder if that's counted off the total bushels we've put through the combine and the number of acres we've harvested. What I might do, I might actually reset our count and see if that helps do anything with changing those. So we'll just bring that up and see if we get that acreage count back to 0 and see if that helps. So about those yields, it must build off the acres the combine's harvested and average that out over the yield that it's taken in over those however many acres, because I have just reset it, and where we were at about 85 acres, 85 bushels an acre is really starting to pay dividends, and well, what's that, 84 to 108, that's a 30% yield increase, somewhere around there. That's a pretty impressive number. It could even be a slightly more than that. So I'll tell you what, it'll be interesting to have a chat to Uncle and see what he thinks of all of this. He was a little bit skeptical to start with. We met with the agronomist and he sort of started coming around, had a lot of questions, so let's just see. Will be interesting to have a little bit of a chat to him a little bit later on. Anyhow, let's just carry on. We'll grab a little bit of a montage and see you a little bit later on in the field. Coming up here on the end of our first field for this harvest, and things have gone really well. Look at the bushels an acre, 106. Oh, I'm super stoked that we have managed to make a huge improvement on our yields. I mean, that's massive, 84 to 106. big numbers, and that is going to make a huge difference when it comes time to sell them later on in the year. In fact, that is going to be the one downside, as it is quite some time before soybeans and corn really hit their peak, so we're going to have to carry a little bit of debt for then, which is going to be a little bit hard, I expect. Grass up and part of it, but at least it will give us a benchmark for the rest of the fields when we get to those. So we'll go and do that, get this unloaded into the truck and back over to the yard. So ended up with about 160 bushels in the combine, so we'll just let that all get emptied out here into the truck. It's going to take us a little bit over half full, maybe just on half full, 365 bushels. So we'll head on over, we're going to leave the combine there for now. We are going to have to get it all packed up and ready to move over to the next field, which is going to be fantastic having that header trailer. We could have taken the header over from the yard here, but it was good practice to get that all used, and we'll be able to run it straight from there over to the next soybean field. Let's just go here and have a look. Get this one dumped in and see how many beans we've ended up with out of that field. It's going to be interesting to see. There we go, nice to see that tipping properly. Isn't it great that it's just tipping and we're not having any issues with it at all? So stoked to have got that fixed, honestly. Right, let's just let that get emptied out. See, here we go, that is empty. So let's just pop over here and have a look at the bin and see what we've ended up with. 1167 beans off that field. So we've managed to 1/3 fill the bin, which is good. It's good news. It's going to be interesting actually then, comparing the other two fields, to see how close we will get to filling that bin, or whether we're going to need a second one. I imagine we are going to have to use one of the other bins for the beans, but let's just go and take a quick look at field sizes. It's about 11 acres there in that field. This one up here is a little bit bigger, 12.7, and this one down here is 15.8. So assuming the yield's going to be consistent, we're definitely going to need to put some beans in one of the second bins, which is a little bit of a shame, because we're not going to end up with a position where the bins are so full that it is making good use of the storage. We'll have a think. There may be something else we can do. Maybe we can actually get this bin full. Maybe we could go and sell some beans, take a little bit of a hit on the cash side of things, how much we earn, but at least get rid of some, so that Uncle and Aunt can get some cash into the account and get things moving. But I think, having got that first field finished, I think that is a perfect space to wrap up this episode. Exciting to have got that done, and we will be back in earnest getting the other two fields harvested as soon as we can. But look at that over there, nice and clean, 1100 bushels off that. Good money, and if we sell it when it's at its peak, it's going to be even better money. So exciting times here for the farm. So as always, I hope you've enjoyed this episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. We are carrying on from where we finished off last time. We're straight back out here into the field, getting things all packed up and ready to move over into the next one. It was a very successful first field. I'm pretty stoked with how everything has worked out here with the harvest. Now, just need to jump out and disconnect that PTO, and then we should be good. There we go. Should be good to now get that disconnected. There we go, header off, and we're all good to go. So we are going to head on over to the next field, and this will be our first real test of exactly how much of a difference we've made. We have a reference point on that field of exactly how many beans we got off it last time. We're going to head to the one sort of out when we turn to the left, not the one down by the train tracks, but the other one up by that lake, and go and make a start up there. Not sure what the plan is for harvesting, whether we'll have some help from Uncle or whether we're going to take care of it all ourselves. A little bit more hauling, having to come all the way back down to the yard to unload everything. But like I said, everything went swimmingly. I was really happy with exactly how things have worked out, and I'm looking forward to getting a good reference out of this field to see how much of an improvement we've made. Now thank you also, a lot of suggestions around the bean storage, and if we run out of storage in that one silo, then perhaps we should sell some. I think that is a fantastic suggestion. It was something I was thinking of doing. It will just help appease the cash flow situation the farm's in at the moment. So if we could fill up the bin, keep all of that stored until the price is at its peak, and we'll go and get sold what we have. So let's get on down to the field. Got a few things to move, got the pickup to bring down with the header, and we've also got the truck to get down here as well. So going to be much easier though, driving this down without having the header on the front. So we'll get this all sorted out and we'll see you down when we're ready to start harvest again. So we've got the combine and truck down here. We're just bringing the header down as the last piece of equipment we're going to need for now. Now, just as we drive in here, I do just want to give a bit of a shout out to a member of the community, Spectrify. He got in touch with me last week and said he'd been working on a little bit of an auto drive course for the map. So at the moment, he has made one that is just the main sell points and the main roads, and he hopes to develop that a little bit more. But if you want to find that, he has put that up on a niche page. So I will leave a link to that in the description, and you can go and get that downloaded, because I know there's a few people who have asked me if I have an auto drive course or if known of any auto drive courses here for Taheton County. So that is something that he has, and you can go and get hold of. Now, I have horribly misjudged where we need to be to get that hooked up, so we will just drive a little bit further up, nose into those bushes, should be alright, and we should be able to then get the header put on the front of the combine and get that all attached and ready to go. Oh, there we go, that looks a lot better. Hopefully we're not too low or anything on this angle, but let's jump up in here. We'll get that done, and then I think we will jump into the combine. We'll definitely get the field opened up. I'm really tempted, it would be nice now that we have some auto drive to use that, but I don't have that set up and refined to be running a truck on auto drive for unloading and things like that yet. So we'll just see how we go, whether we can get around the field a couple of times, unload as we go past, and just generally make a good dent opening up the field. So we'll jump up into the combine and get this all hooked up. Now, I do want to look back through my records and just do a little bit of an assessment of how many beans we got off this field. So we'll do that while we're getting things ready, so we know before we start what our target is to beat, and if we have, and I'm hoping we have because the field's significantly larger, how much we've beaten it by. Well, if my record keeping is accurate, this field we got 898 bushels of soybeans off last time, which was basically not quite a full truckload and a half truckload. The field down the road by the train tracks was pretty much the same, 893.8 bushels. And we did have that third soybean field, if you remember, the one we've added into the cornfield that we've extended into, that had 427 bushels. But the target number we're really wanting to beat on this one's 898. And on the next field is 893, so we'll have a good reference. Of course, we got 1100 plus beans off that last field, and it was only well, it wasn't anywhere near as big as this field, so fingers crossed things are going to work out for us. Now we just got to get that unfolded. Not sure what just unfolded except for that bracket just down there. That's a good reference to know that the combine's ready to go when that is unfolded. So get this lowered down and make our way here into the field, and look at that. I'm already looking down at the yield monitor, which we have replaced. Obviously we've reset everything, so slowly go past the pickup. Don't want to put a scratch into her, but look at that, 106 bushels an acre is what we're looking at getting off this field, and well, we're well over 12 acres now in this field, so that's boding very well for another bumper crop out of this and another big improvement for the farm. So again, excited to see what this will bring to us and for us, and how good it's going to make things look. But anyhow, I am going to carry on working here. We'll get this field opened up, we'll get it started, we'll get the truck loaded up. We might just do things ourselves for this one. We'll see how we go with Uncle coming over and giving us a hand or not. He's pretty excited about things. He's pretty excited about the yields and where things are heading and what things are looking like at the moment. So we're going to keep that excitement going as much as we can. Well, we've judged that pretty well. 9.8 bushels left in the combine, and the truck is full. So we're going to turn that off, and we're going to run the truck loaded back down to the yard, go and get that dumped in. But that's our first, 709 bushels, and we've only been around the headlands 3 times. So there's still a big chunk of the field there, and we only need to get another 190 or so bushels. So yeah, it's looking positive, looking very positive at the moment. So get this started up, we'll make our way out of here. In fact, we'll go up and turn around in the field where it's a little bit leveler. Not quite sure what's in underneath that grass in some spots. There's a little bit of a ditch that we need to drive up and through. But we'll just get down, there we go, bounce through that, and we should be good. So we'll head on back up and get the auger all set up, well, all up and running, and get this put in the bins. And there we go, getting things dumped up there into the top of the bin. Looks like the auger alignment's just a little bit off up the top, but it's all still working. I'm still over the moon with how we've managed to get this truck working. It's made such a difference not having to sit here and tip it over and over and over and over again. One thing I couldn't do was to get the flap working rather than the grain door. That was the limitation of how it's been created. There's not actually an animation or anything there to make that a tipping node. So it doesn't take too long though to empty out through the grain door. It's pretty efficient, dumps it out pretty quickly. So there we go, that is another load up into the bin, and we must be getting, oh gosh, we must be almost half full now. We had what, 1100 bushels in there, we've just put another 700, so we'll be up to 1800 bushels of soybeans, which is fantastic. And I'd say, if I had to guess, I'd say we're not halfway through all our acres of soybeans yet, just thinking about the size of the fields and how much we've done. So bodes well. Right, let's carry on back down to the field. I was going to say back to the yard. Get back down to the field, combine up and moving again. Well, there we go. That is us back here and parked up. We've come into the field a little bit, tried to set up in a little bit better position so we can get the combine back up and going and don't have to drive quite so far to unload, because while it was convenient as we went around the headlands to unload on each pass, it won't be quite so convenient going up and down in the field. So I think we're just going to start on this side and start working our way across and see how we end up. There's really no good way to do this field. The rows all go on funny, well, not funny angles, the rows go in a straight line, but the shape of the field doesn't give any good big long passes. So back in here, get that turned on, lowered down, and we'll get things up and underway again, and we're just going to get chopping beans. It's going well. I'm pretty impressed and pretty excited to see how things are running. No issues. Gleaner has not missed a beat. I know I gave it a hard time last season, but so far so good. Although I imagine soybeans probably aren't the hardest on it. We can get into the corn and we'll see how it really goes. But that's enough chit chat. Let's just carry on, get this field harvested and finished off, and get a tally on how many beans we've got. Well, I'm going to claim this as a bonus half row here at the end, or half width of the header. Field all done though. We were so close to being able to do that last little section without having to empty out, but we got to about 96% full and I thought no, we won't get all of it in, we might as well go unload now rather than getting halfway down the field, which proved to be the right decision. But there we go, that is this one all done, and we're just having a look there. We finished up at exactly 100 bushels an acre. Now I should actually have a look, and we didn't look at the other field, but we should have a look at our yield monitor on the precision farming and see what it's like. But let's get this emptied out into the truck. We will have a look at how much we've got in the truck, bearing in mind we had 709.5 bushels we've already delivered, so we can add that up and see how much more we've got. But we've definitely, I can with some certain confidence say we've definitely yielded better with the increased area and with the increased yield. I mean, just 100 bushels an acre is better than the 84 or 85 we got last time. So we've definitely have made some huge improvements there. So we'll jump in here, get a total, we'll have a look at that yield map and see how much more we've made, or how much more beans we've got off this field compared to last time. So 517.6 bushels in the truck with the 709 we've already delivered gives us a grand total of 1227 bushels off this field. So compared to our 898 we had last time, that is 329 bushels more off the field with the increased area and of course with the increased yield. Now taking a look at the yield map is also quite interesting. So there you go, you can see the land actually that we ploughed and added to the field actually has quite a dark green. We've actually yielded really well off that. Don't know why that difference might have been, but it is what it is. Some of the land over here is a little lower yielding, but all in all we've got a pretty good yield across the whole lot of it. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think that is a pretty good result for us. So of course the 300 plus extra bushels does give us about a 36% increase in yield on this field compared to last time, so I'm pretty happy with that. Like I said, we've been aiming for some numbers like that, so I'm stoked to get that. Right, let's get this back down to the yard. We'll go and get this emptied out, and then we'll come back, we'll take this truck actually down to the other field, and we'll come down and grab the combine and get everything moved down into the next one. Well, that's the truck dumped into the bin. I was just climbing up and having a look to see how full it is. 2,394 bushels in there, and we've got a total capacity of 3,557. So we've got room for another 1,163 bushels, which, based on the fact we got over 1,200 off the last field, tends to suggest to me that we are going to far and away overfill the bin, which is good. We'll be able to run some of those extra beans down to the co-op, figure out where's got the best sell price at the moment, who has the highest demand, and we'll get some cash in to the farm, which will be nice. But let's just have a quick look at that field size. So the field we've just harvested 12.7 acres. It'll be interesting actually to have a look in the combine and see how many acres we did actually harvest, and we're heading down here, which is 15.9, so about 3 acres more, or another 25%. So the 25% of 1,200 would be getting about another 240 bushels to 300 bushels, maybe even closer to that. So 1,500, yeah, we'll definitely have some to sell. Right, that's good. Lots of positives coming out of all this, which I'm excited about. Let's jump back in here. We'll get this down to the other field, and we'll get the combine and header and everything moved over as well. Alright, we're just going to put our hazard lights on because, and I'm just going to check the rear vision mirror. As you can see, the combine's down the bottom of the hill facing the road. We figured the only way we can really get this header on is to pull over and do it down the bottom, because it's just too uneven up the top, and the way the header is on the back of the trailer, looks like we were pretty clear behind us, we'll shoot in over here. The way the header is on the back of the header trailer, it had to face around this way, so that was our best option. We'll just get it pulled in here, and hopefully that should be about the right spot. We'll just jump out and check. No, it can still go a little bit further forward. Right, there's a very long drawbar on this header trailer actually. It's very hard to judge where we need to be. Let's have a look now. There we go. Much better. Right, let's get this all hooked up. Once we've done that, obviously when we come to leave the field, once we're all done, we can do that up in the field, so we won't have to put it on down there. We'll take it off, put it back on the trailer. We can do that up here in the field where it's a bit more level. We have adjusted the handbrake and made sure that has been working too on the truck. I was a bit nervous parking it on the side of the hill, after the experiences we had last year, but we did go through and replace a few parts. When we were working on the tipping bed, we managed to get that all sorted, so that is sitting up there nice and safe. It's also in gear too, so in case you wondered, just to keep it in spot. But there we go, let's get this hooked up, we'll get the combine up into the field and make sure everything's all good to go. Right, there we are now. Just looking at our area meter, we did 12.6 acres in the last field, so pretty much spot on where we thought we would be. But we will go through and set that back down to 0 and before we head on into the field. But we're actually going to turn things off and leave it there for now. Make sure I press the right buttons. Yeah, we're going to turn things off and leave it there for now. There is actually a little bit of rain forecast a little bit later on in the afternoon. I don't really fancy getting started in the field and then having to stop and pull out before once it starts raining. So we're just going to leave that sitting there. Once again, it's got a good handbrake in it, so I think we're pretty much okay with it parked there on the side. And we'll come back and get things finished off hopefully tomorrow. The weather forecast is looking much better for tomorrow. Just a few showers this afternoon, which means the beans won't crack very well. They just won't be very good, so we're going to leave those there for now and come back later, which means this is a perfect spot to wrap up this episode. As always, I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm really enjoying it still. It's a lot of fun, and it's great to see some successes from what we've put into place for the farm, so I'm excited to see exactly where things end up once we get through all the harvesting. But yes, like I said, hope you've enjoyed that episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. We are just down taking a look at the corn in our two fields, our leased fields that we are running. That these are all our crops. So we just thought we'd pop down, have a look and see how they're going, and they're looking good. Look at how tall they are. Nice big stand of corn. So impressed and looking forward to getting down here and getting in and harvesting them. Now it's a day later than when we were in here last time. Like I said, there was a little bit of rain forecast, and as a result we decided we'd put a pause on the harvest, stop the combine and wait until it had passed before we started doing the next field. So it's the next day, and as you can see, the weather's looking good and no rain in the forecast, so we should be able to get down there and get those beans finished off just a little bit later on. Now we have just been, the reason we're over this side of town, or over the side of the farm, is we've just been down to see one of the other neighbours. We've asked them about actually borrowing some anhydrous equipment off them, and we're looking to get some anhydrous applied onto our soybean fields. The plan is for next season to run corn in those fields, transition over from the soybeans. So I thought it might be a good idea to try and get some anhydrous into those before winter, just to give a little bit of a boost to the nitrogen and get it ready for the corn to go in spring. So they sound pretty happy with us leasing that off them. We've agreed a bit of a rate per acre. We'll obviously supply the anhydrous, we'll get our own anhydrous for that, but yeah, they were happy for us to use that. So I'm looking forward to getting that out and pulled behind the fort, but that's a task for another day. I think we're going to have a little bit of a window between the corn being ready and the soybeans being finished, so we might be able to make a bit of a chance to jump in and do some tillage, get that done before the corn's ready to go. Fingers crossed, at least, if this weather stays the way it is, we're definitely going to have that opportunity. Anyhow, let's head on back over to the farm. Not much to do today. We just got to wait for this weather to, well, not clear, but just got to wait for those beans to dry out enough to be able to get in and start harvesting. So head on back over to the yard, make sure everything's good to go there, and we'll see you over there. So I've just finished checking over the auger. We've got the grease gun out and given that a bit of a tickle up, greased all the certs and things like that. Check the belt, it's all running nice and tight. PTO and everything like that on the back of the tractor's all looking very good. Now we had a chat to Uncle as well when we finished off yesterday. He agreed we should try and top this bin up, and anything that is left we will throw into the back of the truck and take on down to the co-op and get sold, make a little bit of cash for them. So he's happy with that agreement. Now, I'm not sure where we're at with this other bin. I do want to get it in here very soon, so we're just waiting on the guys to finish getting that all packed up and brought down here, and obviously the smooth wall one as well. Now, just while we're standing here next to the International, this is a 46 Series International. I've had a few comments to say this isn't actually entirely appropriate to have here in the US. The 46 was more of a European style tractor, or certainly saw more time in fields in Europe. And we'd be better off having the 66 or 86 Series International. So keen to get your thoughts and opinions on that in the comments. Should we replace it? Should I swap it out with something that's a little bit more appropriate here in Taheton County rather than something that you might find in the fields of France? So again, let me know down in the comments, and let me know what you think. Oh, hang on. That's Uncle coming over. Oh, he looks a bit wound up. We'll go and have a chat to him, see what he wants. Oh, that was an interesting conversation and took a lot longer than I thought it was. And yeah, we had a good chat to Uncle actually, but interestingly, he had an email from the big farm, the one over the other side, the one that's trying to buy up all the land. They wanted to offer him some very, very good money for the farm. I don't know whether they've been watching the videos and seeing what we're doing here and the improvements we're already starting to make, and thought maybe they need to get in now before it becomes really, really valuable. Well, I can tell you what Uncle's response was, and it went something along the lines of this. You're not f***ing buying my f***ing land, it's not f***ing sale. You guys can just f*** off and stop trying to buy all the f***ing land around here. The farm is not for sale. Well, you can just use your imagination what those beeps might have taken out. I think the first day of harvest, getting into those couple of soybeans fields, it really boosted Uncle's spirits. Seeing all the hard work that we'd been putting into things starting to pay off, and he's pretty excited to get into the rest of the fields, get the soybeans finished off, and then get over into the corn. So on that basis, he's decided we're ready to go. It's 11 AM, things have dried out, it's warm, nice day, so we're ready to go and get back into the harvesting. So we're going to jump in, we'll drive on over and go and get the combine up and going. I must admit though, I haven't seen Uncle like this for a long time. I think what he's seeing has given him a bit of a new lease on life. He's already talking about what he wants to start upgrading on the farm, getting the shed finished, buying some new equipment. And I said, hang on, Uncle. I think you better go and get on better terms with the bank and get rid of some of that debt we've got already hanging over our heads. Already done a good job demonstrating that we can make some regular repayments, which they weren't doing. But I still think he needs to do a little bit more on that before wholesale upgrades are in the offing. I mean, the equipment's doing us well, actually. Combine's going well, the tractor's good. So I think we just need to focus on that. Keep our bums down and get as much work done as we can. Anyhow, we're going to go and start harvesting. We'll see you up there. Well, just while the combine's been warming up, we've been giving it a once over, make sure everything's good. It's all looking in pretty good shape, so I think it should be ready to get up and going now. Even isn't getting that dirty, which is really nice. You know, I love clean equipment. So get up on here. There we go, get that door closed, get that pulled down, and I think we're pretty much ready to turn things on. So crank up the header, get everything up and running, and we'll jump into this field and make a little bit of a start. There we go. Last lot of soybeans, last field of soybeans, and of course this is our biggest. I think we had a space for about 1100 more beans to go into the bin. I'm hoping, based on the fact that it's a 16 acre field and we've been sort of averaging 100 bushels an acre over the last few fields, that we're going to get 1600 bushels off that, which will mean we'll have about 500 or so to sell when we get towards the end, which is almost a full truckload. So that'll be exciting if that is what we can do and what we can achieve. So, as per norm, and it has been a little bit of the norm lately, we're just going to jump into a bit of a time lapse here while we get the field opened up, get things up and running, and we'll see you once we've got through that. There we go, that's 3 times around the field, and looking at our acres, we've harvested 8 acres, so that's half the field done just in 3 headland passes, and there's the truck full, which is what I was hoping was going to happen. So what we're going to do, we're going to set Uncle up here running along the field. We're going to take the truck down to the silo, down to the yard, get that put in the silo, and then we'll come back up. But in the meantime, I think I'll be able to carry on and get a decent way through this field. It's not the best one to have a worker working on, but I think it'll work out alright. What I might do is just cut out this little corner here, make a nice straight pass that the worker can run along, Uncle can run along, and get him up and started. Then we go, we've got Uncle all sorted, set him up on a row that was a little bit offset because it got a little bit wider as the row went along. So we are going to head on down this little track. It'd be great to upgrade this actually at some stages. The access into this field's not at all the best, but no traffic coming, which is good. We'll be able to jump straight out here onto the road and head on down to get this dumped into the silo. 709.5 bushels, so we're only going to be able to take another half truckload or so until the bin will be full, which I guess it aligns with what we've got. We've harvested 8 acres and got 709 bushels. We've got another 8 acres to go, which will be another truckload or so, but it won't all go in. So let's go and find out. We'll see how far away from being full we are. Right, before we get anything tipping there, we do just need to jump in and turn the tractor on, make sure the PTO is all running. Alright, and there we go, that is that all up and started, so should be good to go. It's now tipping some beans up in here and getting this bin pretty close to full. And there we go, everything looks to be working just perfectly, so we'll get this emptied out and then we'll take a look at how much space we've got left in the bin. And there we go, truck is empty, looks like the auger is done, and we've got 3104 bushels with the total capacity in this of 3557, so what's that, 453 bushels can go in there, so yeah, it is about half a truckload, a little bit over half a truckload. So let's get back down there, see how Uncle's going, and see how many bushels we do manage to get out of that field, and how many we do get sold. I don't think it's going to be quite as much as we thought. But it's pretty good timing. Looks like Uncle's just got to that end of a pass, so I don't know how many times he's been back up and down, whether that's his 4th or only his 2nd. Must be his 4th, just looking there at the rows where we're not getting the time marks. So, 3rd, won't it? 1, 2, 3. Up, down, back. I don't know. I give up trying to figure it out. Must only be his 2nd. Right, we'll just wait for him to get up here beside us, and then we will start getting unloaded. Get some more beans out of the back of the combine. Definitely done 4 passes. This would be his 5th, because the gleaner has the offset chopper on the back there. So all of the chaff and actually everything, all the debris that comes out the back of the combine's a little bit offset. It's off on the left hand side, which is why we get sort of this spread pattern where you have a little strip where none of the chaff gets spread to, and going the other way, or going the way we're going now, the chaff actually touches and covers the whole field. So unique little thing here with the gleaner, but there we go, that is most of the beans out of it. Still another 244 actually, that's not bad, is it, considering how much of the field there is still to go. So we'll park up just here and wait until Uncle needs an unload again, and then we'll get him emptied and keep things moving. So on to the last section of the field over here. I'm hoping there's going to be enough beans here in the back of the combine that we can get over that 550, but no, it doesn't look like it. There's still a few more. Just drifted across a little bit. There we go. If we can get to the 550, I'll run those over to the yard, go get them into the bin, get that bin topped up, and then that's not enough. 493. Oh, we'll let Uncle do a couple more passes. But once we've got that, then we can keep back here, get things emptied, and taken it down to wherever the best price is. I might just have a little bit of a ring around, figure out exactly where we're going to go and get the last of the beans sold. But it's not going to be quite as many as I thought. I honestly thought we might have ended up with, oh gosh, I don't know, 300 or 400 bushels, not what looks like it might only be 150, maybe 200 bushels to sell. But anyhow, better than none, isn't it? Alright, well that should be enough. Not going to take more than we need to, but good to see we have got to the limit. We'll get on back over to the yard And I expect by the time we've done that, we'll find an uncle, we'll finish that little section off before we even get back. Then we'll be all done here in the soybean field and all done with soybeans for this season. It would be good to have a grand total on exactly how many beans we've managed to harvest and take a look and compare that to what we had this time last year. Well, just before we start tipping, I double checked and we actually needed 453 bushels, not 573, so we've actually got 120 already in here that we will be able to sell. So I'm going to try and get this as close as possible because I don't want to end up with a whole lot in the auger. I think we'd have to pull the auger off, pull it down and empty it out if we do. So I'm going to keep an eye, try and get to that sort of 130 maybe, 130 mark left here in the truck, and then we'll go and see how much we've got in the bin. If it's pretty much close to full, then I might just leave things there, but there we go. Well, we can go a little bit more than that, maybe a little bit more than that. There we go. Let's go and have a look at the bin and see whether it's full or not. 3557 is the magic number we're trying to target. Let's just have a look. 3551, so we're 6 bushels short. Let's gamble. I'm a gambling man. Let's see if we can get those last 6 bushels out. Well, we just put 5 in. And I think that's as close as I want to go with the gamble. Just go and double check. 3556. There we go. Bin is full. So let's head on round about here. Click there, and that should. Look up top. No, we haven't closed the lid. I know there's a switch for it here somewhere. And there we go. We did manage to get it closed. So the lid closed. Bin is done. And that is shut up now until the price for soybeans gets to the best we can get. So let's head on back over to the field. So we've got 121 bushels sitting up here in the truck. That will be going to the co-op to get sold, and we'll find out whatever we've got left over in the field. So it might be closer to 3, possibly even 400 bushels. Getting closer to what I expected anyhow. Well, Uncle has given us the privilege of harvesting the last little section here. Got another pass, let's get this one here done, and one more pass to go, and we will be all complete with soybeans. 160 bushels so far, plus the 130 or so in the truck, so we're getting up there. We're just short of 300 bushels, so that'll go alright actually. We'll go and get a bit of money for it. Won't be huge, but it'll be cash all the same, and reduce that little bit of deficit and overdraft that we currently have in the bank account. Get this spun around. One more pickup to do, I think. I was trying to count the rows as we were going down. I think it was 10 rows, and that's about the limit here of what we can pick up with the header. Look at that, spot on. No row of shame, no bonus rows or anything like that. Just the exact perfect amount to get picked up in one pass, and that'll be done. We'll get down to the end. Going to get over maybe 190 bushels, not quite. 185 possibly. Whatever it is, that's all good because this is just money for us at the moment. To the end, last few plants, and then we'll be all out of beans. We go 100, almost 190, 160, 187. Perfect. Right, well, let's head on over to the truck. We'll get this dumped out. Now, I have rung around, and GW Grains, which is down near the agronomist office, over on that side of the county, that is the best price at the moment. There's not a huge amount in it, but they are certainly offering the best price for us. So we will take the truck down there and go and get it unloaded, tipped out. Be interesting to see. Actually, it'll be the first time we will have unloaded into one of the co-op sell points, so hopefully the repairs we made to the tipper don't fail us down there. I don't think they should. If they can work in that auger, they should be fine. Right, let's just get this spun around, unload it into the truck, and get the last of the beans sold. 307.8 bushels, so about where I was expecting. I said between 300 or 400 I would have been happy, so we should be happy there with 300 bushels. Right, let's get on down this way, head on down the road, take a left down at the dealer, go past those nasty farmers operating down that side of town, and get down to GW Grains. Get this all unloaded. Here we are at GW Grains. Let's go and see about getting this unloaded, see how much money we make, see if the truck is going to work over the tipper or not. Driven up into here, head over the dump bed and get this unloading. Here we go, there's our trigger. That tipping. Let's just wait and see. So far so good. Gonna keep on going? Yes it is. Perfect, look at that. Working like a charm. And money is going, well it's going up, but kind of going down. The debt's going down, the money's going up. Not gonna get to zero, but not bad. 7 grand plus a $600 environmental bonus. So got a little bit of income there. For Uncle and Aunt. Pay a couple of months of loan repayments. Cover a couple of those. Which is great. So imagine we'll probably do the same with the corn depending on how much of that we get. Of course we're going to have the 2 silos to put that in, and we need to factor in the fact I've got my own corn to harvest and we need to figure out whether we're going to be able to have room for that or not. We're going to head back up to the yard now. We need to go and get the combine out of the field, and then it's really just going to be a series of tidying things up, getting ready for those other bins to be delivered. We need to get the auger moved out of the way, make sure that's all good to go, get the combine changed over to get onto corn. What else do we need to do? We need to go and pick up this anhydrous toolbar. We'll organise a few tanks of anhydrous. I don't even know how much of that we're going to need. We need to have a chat to someone a little bit more knowledgeable than us, figure out whether we'll need more than one, and get everything sorted. We're going to make a start on tilling some of that soybean ground, getting that ready for planting next season, or at least getting a first cut over it and getting some anhydrous injected in. So that is the plan for next time, but for now that is us all done here. Hope you've enjoyed this episode. As always, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. Nice to see you all again. Now we're just quickly getting some diesel. Well, it's not very quickly actually. This girl sucks it up. The FW60 has quite a decent sized tank in it, but we are just getting it topped up with some diesel. It was getting a little bit low, and we need to do that because we are off across the other side of the map, heading across county to go and pick up an anhydrous toolbar. Corn's not quite ready to harvest, and as I alluded to last time, we have managed to borrow an anhydrous toolbar off one of the neighbours. So there we go, sounds like things are full, so we'll jump back up in here and get on the road. So yes, as I was saying, we have been able to borrow an anhydrous toolbar from a neighbour, so we're going to head on over and go and get that picked up. Once we've done that, we need to get back over here to the field, and then we need to take the pickup. We actually need to go and grab an anhydrous tank from up at the anhydrous supplies. So the neighbour doesn't have one of those. They just get them and sort of loose them full. They get picked up full from the anhydrous supplier, and then you take it back when it's empty, and it's kind of like a, I guess, a wet lease or something like that on the tank. It seems to work out pretty well. Well, what would I know? I've never used it before, but hopefully it's going to work out very well. So that is the plan. Getting some anhydrous into the ground, into the soil. The soybean fields that we have been working in, they are all going to be cornfields next year, so it'll be ideal to get a good boost of nitrogen into them before winter, get that soil turned over and ready to settle over winter before we plant into it in spring again. So that's the plan. That's what we're going to do. We'll get on down, get things all picked up, and get underway very, very soon. We're just coming up the road here, that place in there on the left, if you remember, that's where we went for that auction and managed to pick up our sprayer from. So that is not where we're heading though. We're just heading up to this it's a decent sized red barn up here. This is obviously another one of the locals. Haven't been to see them yet or see their yard, but they have got the toolbar all set up and ready for us to grab hold of. Fingers crossed we can actually make it across this narrow little bridge. Not a huge amount of space, but if we can get across with the jewels, we should be able to squeeze our way across. Now I can't see it out that side of the barn, so I'm going to assume we need to head on up the front here. If there's an entrance, yeah, this looks like us. Let's get turned in there, and I think there we go. There it is, sitting waiting patiently for us to get hooked up to. So we'll get spun around, get this all connected up to the back of the tractor, head on back down to the farm. In fact, I'm saying heading back down to the farm. What we might do is actually... yes, we will go back to the yard because I need to get the pickup. So I was thinking we could actually stop at the closest soybean field, but I think if we go back and get the pickup, then we can go and grab those anhydrous tanks. I think jump out there. Just going to have a look and see how close we are. That is not a bad effort, even if I do say so myself. Right, get things hooked up, hoses as well. Let's get back down to the shed, go and grab those anhydrous tanks. So here we are back into the yard. So if we just pull on in here, just go and get things parked up. Now, just trying to actually remember where the pickup is. It must still be over in the field with the harvester, the combine, and the soybean header. So we haven't actually got around to bringing those back over yet either, which is a little bit remiss of me. So we'll get things parked up there actually. That turned off. And well, I guess we'll start the long trek over to go and get those all brought back. We did manage to get the auger moved out of the way because obviously that bin is full. Now, while we're here actually, I'll very quickly jump in here. You'll notice a little bit of a change. I did ask the question last time whether the 46 series that we had of the International Harvester tractor was an appropriate one, and a lot of people did say it is possible to locate them in the Americas and Canada and the United States, but a little less common. So we have replaced it out here. We've gone for the 1486. It's about the same horsepower. This one is just a touch bigger. We were at 150, I think this is 162, but it seemed to be the most appropriate. It's not going to change what we do with it. We'll just use it for planting, for running the auger, things like that. We'll probably put the baler on the back of it when we get to doing the corn stalks. So there we go. For those who had quizzed me on the tractor, we've made that call and we've gone and traded it out for that. So from a continuity point of view, that explains why we'd have a different tractor. Anyhow, let's go and beat our feet. We're going to head on over, go and grab the pickup. We might as well bring everything back as well while we're at it, and then we're going to be able to get these anhydrous tanks. So that's us back here, everything done. We'll just get everything unhooked and dropped off there. That's the header trailer. Now we're going to have to go over the header and give that a good wash. We've finished with that for the season, so before we get that put away, we'll give that a good tidy up and a good go over. We've parked the combine in the shed for now because we are going to need to go through and change all the settings over on that to move into the corn, so that's why we've parked that over there. That is the rationale behind my decisions, and I'm going to stick with them. So now that we've caught up on all those sort of chores and tasks, let's jump back in here. Let's head on down the road and go and find some anhydrous tanks so we can at least get started on what it is we set out to do today. A bit of a funny setup, this place, but this up here, just in here on the left, is called Landus Anhydrous, and this is where we can go in to get our anhydrous trailers. And I've got two of them sitting over there, so we'll just go in. Like I said, it's a bit of a funny little joint, not really kind of what you'd expect, but I guess they keep this all a little bit further away. So go in and have a look in the shed, have a chat to the staff here, see what we need to do. But I'm assuming we need to back into one of those and get them hooked up, and then we've got our refill point there. Couple of valves, so I'm guessing that gets all threaded into the tank, and we'll get things topped up. So let's just back into this one. Don't want to get too close, but we'll figure out that might be quite good, and let's go and have a chat about what we need to do. Well, that's all pretty easy. We'll hook up to this one trailer. They reckon we might only need one, but if we need a second one, we can either come back and grab, swap out for another one, or we can come back and get this one filled up. But basically, hook up, and then we'll drive in over there. They'll get the tank filled up for us, charge us for the pleasure, and then we can get on down and start getting some spread. So get that onto there. There seems to be any hoses or anything we need to hook up with regards to lights or anything like that. So get back into the pickup and just slowly go over here. The nozzles there you can see on the very front, so if we can get this in nice and close, makes it a little bit easier for them. There we go, right about there. Be about perfect. Right, let's go and see about getting this filled up. I don't even know how much it's going to cost us. Let's go and find out. Well, there we go, we've got 396 gallons. We're full up in the tank, and it cost us $2,250. So when we consider how far this is going to get us, if it gets us a good way over the field, then it's probably actually not a bad way to buy some fertiliser and get some nitrogen put into the ground and save a little bit on the amount of nitrogen we have to put in when we're seeding. So it could be a bit of a benefit. Right, let us get this back down to the yard. We'll go and get everything hooked up onto the back of the toolbar, make sure everything's all working properly, and then we'll set to seeing how far this is going to go. I am able to manually set the application rate, which we'll talk about a little bit more once we get to the tractor and get things up and going in the field. Well, here we are. We're finally over in the field. I saved you all the blushes of watching me hook up to the trailer. It wasn't actually too bad at all. But let's get that all folded down. There's the toolbar in position. Now, I think we need to turn that on, power it up, and lower it down. And we should then, if we bring up our mini-map, we should be able to see that as we go, we'll be able to get some nitrogen applied. Now, also going to bring up our menu there, and I'm going to deactivate our automatic application rate, which we've done there, and now I'm also going to boost our application rate. So I think that is K pushes that up, and I'm going to go for about 70 kilograms a hectare being applied. So not sure how much that is going to put on as we go through, but I think that is going to be a good start. We do know that corn is a high demanding crop and does require a decent amount of nitrogen, so I think as just a sort of starting point that might work out alright. So let's just see if we pull forward a little bit, and there you go. You can see down in the bottom of the minimap we are getting the green application of nitrogen going on. Plan is obviously to go into the field rather than go around it to start with. We'll do the insides before we finish off with the headlands, and we're just going to get into it. So I think I'll tell you a little bit more about the toolbar in a little while, but let's just get started. We'll do a little bit of a time lapse here as we get through and into the field, and we'll catch up with you in just a little bit.
Cold hand, frozen feet, raindrops falling on the street. I can't recall when I last saw the sun. Summer's just a memory, a faded piece of history. No one can remember all the fun. The late night barbecue, zipping on a genie juice. Cruising down the road, no thought of getting old. The girls are hot, but the beer is cold. Yeah, that's the way we roll. Bathing in the sun, on the beach having fun. Whoa, these lazy days are never done. I work hard every day, don't waste my time on yesterday. I never shy away from a good time. Coming on Friday night, I see my friends and feel alright. There ain't no stopping us from having fun. There ain't no cloud in sight. The future is looking bright. Cruising down the road, no thought of getting old. Girls are hot, but the beer is cold. Yeah, that's the way we roll. Bathing in the sun, on the beach having fun. Whoa, these lazy days are never done. Cruising down the road, no thought of getting old. Girls are hot, but the beer is cold. Yeah, that's the way we roll. Bathing in the sun, on the beach having fun. Whoa, these lazy days are never.
So I've got to admit, this has gone a lot faster than I was expecting. I thought we could have been in here for quite some time. Tractor has done a stellar job pulling this toolbar. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure it was rated for a 350 horsepower requirement, and our tractor's only a little bit over 300. So I'm surprised. It's done a good job, and we've got things done. Used up, what have we used up? 27%, 37%, so a little bit over a third of the tank. So I think, considering this is one of the smaller fields we have, we may have to consider downsizing a little bit, decreasing the application rate in the other fields, which won't be a bad thing. We can obviously just put more fertilizer on when it comes time to plant, rather than now, but at least we are getting some put in there. But that's going to leave us a nice seed bed to come and plant into with our corn come springtime. Speaking of the corn, spin around. It's looking pretty good down there. Can't wait to get in there with the combine and give that a good going through and seeing what sort of yields we're going to get out of there. I am genuinely excited to see how that might all go. But for now, we are going to head on down the road. We're going to go and make a start in the second of the fields. We're going to head to the one that we turn left out. We'll do the one by the train tracks last, purely for the fact it's closest to the Landis anhydrous, so we can go and drop the tank off when we're finished, and if we do run out we could choose to go and grab another one and fill it out and get a little bit more anhydrous to finish it off. So we'll see how we end up, but let's get on down to the next field and make a start down there. So we've made it here to the field. I was just looking at where we're going to run. I think we're going to run across on a bit of an angle, sort of about where I'm looking there. Let's just get things turned on and lowered down, and that should be a pretty good place to start. I think if we head across about in this direction, you can kind of see that's actually one of the terrain angles that's in the map. You can sort of see, in fact, quite clearly there on the ground, the angle we're looking at the moment. So that's going to work out, I think, pretty well. I said it before, I'm going to say it again, I'm super impressed with how well this tractor is pulling this. The horsepower rating is not quite the same, and it hasn't complained at all. Now, one thing I haven't done yet, we were just going to bump this application rate down just a touch. So I think if we go from K, we'll put that down. That's going up. We want to go the other way, do we? M. There we go. Let's put that down to 65 rather than the 75, just to see if we can make this anhydrous go a little bit further and reduce the likelihood of having to fill up when we get to the other field. So we've got this one to do, obviously, and then the one just up the road, and that'll be all of them done. So we'll kind of carry on, get together a little bit of a montage here in this one, and we'll see when we're further through. Well, there we are, job done. Well, this field done. We've still got one more to go. We're down to a quarter of our anhydrous left, so we obviously didn't reduce our application rate by quite as much as we would have liked to have. We would have liked to have maybe 35% left for the field we're going to, because the one we're going to go do next is the biggest that we have. So it is probably going to take the most anhydrous, but it is the way it is. Like I said, the reason we've done it the way we are in this order, try and find a gap in the traffic, that looks good. The reason we did it in this order is because the last field is the one that's closest down to the anhydrous supplier, so if we need to run down and get them to top it up a little bit, we should be able to do that without any drummers. Anyhow, let's see if this will shift up into a higher gear. We can get it another gear. Right, let's figure that out. We'll get on down to the field and we'll see you down there. So here we are, just pulling up to the field. It's good, like I've said many a time, this passing lane is such a handy position for us. We can let traffic go in front of us and then not block them. Although, just looking, we're going to be holding up a little bit here and wait for that pickup to go past. Right, let's get ourselves turned on into here and go and make a start up in this field. We will, I expect, to run out of anhydrous at some stage, but that's just the way it is. We'll go and top up. It's just up there, it's not too far, just on the other side of the traffic lights, and we'll be there. So let's just try and figure out, really not sure which way we're going to tackle this field. Probably try and go right up into the corner, a little bit of a diagonal, get some good long passes going, and then we can break it up into some little chunks on either side. So we'll get things unfolded. We'll look around, there we go. One wing going down, other wing down there. We'll get it ploughed up, turn it on, and make a little bit of a start. Get this all wound up into gear, and we're going to head pretty much directly for those 3 orange trees. Straight down there in the end. I think that is going to be the best spot for us. Once again, we're just having a few issues there with our gearing. Let's just see if we can find low. There we go. Right, that should help us get up to speed a little bit better than we were. There we go, that's us sorted. Right, let's carry on, jump into a bit more of a time lapse for this one, and we'll see when we're finished. Well, there we are. We're as good as out of anhydrous, 1.1 gallons left, so we're not going to bother. Probably could have done a little bit of a pass there, but we are going to head on back down to the anhydrous dealer. We're going to get another, I don't know, 15% in the tank. It should just about do. We've used 25%, but of course we have managed to do most of that field. We've really only got a couple of small parts and the headlands still to go, so I'm kind of optimistic that we get another 15%, we should be good to go. So let's get on down here. Like I said, it's not too far to go, just past the traffic lights, so we haven't bothered with the pickup or truck or anything like that. In fact, we can see it there already. So let's go and get this topped up and get back going again. So we've been and back here with some anhydrous, and we ended up getting a little bit more than we needed, 26%. But actually, when I reviewed exactly how much more of the field we had to do, probably actually not a bad shout getting that much. I think we will probably just about use it all. But I'm going to start off here by going around the outside of the field Now, we'll just try and find our low range gears. There we go. For some reason this tractor doesn't like shifting between the different gear ranges, and it takes a little bit of manual manipulation to find which one's actually going to be working best for you. We found that out with the plough, but hopefully there's going to kick in. We should try and pick up a couple of gears manually, and we should be able to get going and carry on. So there we go. That is us back up and running. Like I said, a little bit more than we were intending to get. It was about $580, so not a bank breaker one, even though we are in the negatives there, but certainly not anything too expensive for us. So let's just carry on. A little bit more time lapse, get this field finished. We've got to go around it a couple of times, and then we've got a couple of spots still to do. So we'll get it finished and we'll be back up to the yard. Well, that's us done here. I think we all finished. There's a couple of little spots up in the middle of the field. I'm not going to worry about those. And then I've got this little piece here we'll tidy up. Also tidy up a bit on the corner. But yeah, like I said, that is us done. Now I did wind back the application rate just a touch, because as we started going around the headland, I suddenly looked and thought, gosh, we've used up a lot of anhydrous already. I hope we're going to make it to the end. As it turns out, we've made it with about 26 gallons to spare, and we would have been able to do it probably without having made the change. But at least we now have a rather green looking field. You can see that down there in the corner, and we're just going to have a look over the 3 fields at the precision farming data. So there we go. Here's the field we've just been working in. You can see all the green through there looking really good. The dark bits I think relate to where we've kind of widened the field a little bit. Not sure what that straight line is through there, but it is what it is. It's looking good. Likewise up here, you can see again the area that we increased the field by does have a little bit more nitrogen on it. And then the other field up on the top here, this one's a little bit patchy. I'm not sure why we've got these orange stripes and that sort of thing. Actually, hand up, I do know why. I managed to accidentally turn off the application halfway around the field, and didn't turn it back on until I caught it a little bit later. So that's why we've got those few orange stripes there. But at least with the automatic application on the seeder as well, putting some fertilizer on with the seeder, we'll be able to get things picked up there and tidied up when we're planting, and that'll give everything the right nitrogen. So we're going to head on out of here. So I can see that there was a car coming that way. Can't really see where it is now. Just turn a little bit. There we go. No, we're clear. So let's head on back down this way. One thing I didn't say and you didn't see, we were very close to that bridge. You wouldn't want to have a toolbar much taller than this. Just looking back to get under that bridge, there is a very limited height clearance on that. So have to bear that in mind if we do get any bigger equipment and need to head up this way. But fortunately, the main dealer's down here. There's no need for us to actually have to go past that bridge too many times. So anyhow, get on back down to the yard, get things tidied up, put away, and call it quits for the day, I think. Well, I think the first thing we're going to do is go and park up over here by the hose and give this all a good clean off. Obviously we're going to have to return the toolbar over to the neighbour. That was only a borrow for now, and we obviously have to take the anhydrous tank back up to Landis and Hydrous, so give them a good clean off and make sure they're nice and clean for when we take them back. Now, mindful actually, I was getting pretty close to that unload auger there on the bins. I need to get used to having these around, but here we go, we'll leave that there for now. Let's go and grab the hose, and we'll go and give this all a good wash off. Look at how dirty that's got just from running in behind the dust and that in behind the toolbar. Well, like I said, we're just going to give this all a very quick clean off and make it look nice and tidy before we do take it back. But I think that is going to be a perfect spot for us to wrap up for this episode. It feels really good to have got that all done. It's one more job that we're not going to have to worry about in spring, and it does mean that ground's going to have some time to settle, sit, freeze over winter before we get back into it in spring and plant our corn into those 3 fields. It's going to be different having corn spread out across the farm instead of where we've had it for the last couple of years just in the field over the road. So fingers crossed that's all going to work out really well for us. Speaking of corn, all going to plan, next month and into October we should be into doing some harvesting in the corn. So again, something else that I'm really excited about, getting in there and doing that. We do have to get these bins finished off though. We've not actually got anywhere to put the corn. Obviously that one's full of beans, so we're going to have to get these 2 bins finished off. I think they're not too far away from coming, so hopefully by the time we're back next month these will be all finished off, and we'll be ready to get going on corn. So there we go, another episode done and dusted as always. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, Argsy here. Welcome along to what is meant to be our first day of corn harvest, but as you can see, windscreen wipers are on and things are not looking the nicest outside at the moment. We've actually got rain forecast through until the middle of the afternoon, so a little bit of a late start on our way down to the farm today, but we're going to stop just up here and just go and take a look at the corn very quickly. It is ready to go. I'm pretty sure it should be all good to get in harvesting, so if we get a break in the weather, we'll definitely be out there. And there you go, looking across there, you can actually see that that is all turned and should be ready to start harvesting. So I'm excited to get in there and make a start on that very soon. Let's just head on in here on the left, make sure we get turned in properly. There we go. And let's just go have a very quick look through the field, because it is looking like a pretty good crop of corn, but the weather is not looking that good at the moment. So it's not too wet in here though. It hasn't been raining too much. It's not too heavy. It's just that frustrating kind of rain that means you really shouldn't be out here harvesting. Things are going to get all slushy and muddy and not very nice or anything like that. So yeah, that's the plan today. We'll head on up to the yard. We've got a few things to sort out before we can get started anyhow, and we'll get things all set up and ready to go. Well, here we are down at the yard, and if you're eagle-eyed, you can see through the frame of the shed there, you can see we actually have a little bit of activity, and they should be. It's not the nicest day. In fact, we might just park this in the shed here. Let's just have a look there. There we go. We'll hop out there and go and have a look, because they are just finishing off the last of the bins. So we've got the bin here on the left, that one's all ready to go, which is good. Obviously the one in the middle is the one that's got the soybeans in, and we've got the crane there just tidying up the last of that west steel bin. So probably not the nicest day for them to be out. I don't know what they've still got to be doing, but hopefully a couple of hours they should be all finished, and we should be able to use that. But if they're not, if that one's not finished off, we can at least use this one here on the right. Let's just have a look. Yeah, that's empty. This is the one with all our soybeans in it. 3,500 bushels, so we can at least start putting some corn in there once this rain disappears, and we can go and make a start on some harvesting. But we've got the combine all set up, that's sitting in here all ready to go. We need to get the tractor out, move the auger over, get that all sorted out, make sure the truck's all fueled up and good to go, and then we might be able to get into it once this rain all clears. So we're going to go sort those things out, and we'll get into a little bit of harvesting a little bit later on. Well, the rain has finally stopped and we have managed to get everything all sorted. We've got the truck is fully fueled, we've got the combine all set up and ready to go. We'd obviously spent a bit of time on that over the last month or so. Now, we're heading over the road. We're going to go and jump into the cornfield, the big one over the road. Our leased fields, they're still another month or so away. If you recall, we planted those quite late, so can't get into those yet, which means we don't have to worry too much about the header trailer. Heading down to those leased fields, we'll probably try and put that on the trailer, see how it goes. But they did manage to get the bins finished off here, so the West Steel bin, the smooth wall bin, that's all done. Looking forward to using that, but in the meantime, we did go and get everything set up here, of course, to put the auger into this bin. So it'll be interesting. I'm excited to see, a little bit nervous to see how much storage space we've got and how much of that we're actually going to go and get put in. Now, just moving over here very quickly, have to remember we've got our baler, and we are going to bale the corn stalks here off these fields, so we'll have to remember to make sure we are dropping those out the back of the combine and we can get in and start baling them at some stage. So I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. A little bit difficult because we need the tractor there on the auger. Don't really have another setup that we could run the auger with while we're using this tractor to bale. So yeah, not quite sure what we're going to do just yet, whether we might just get the field finished and then come back and bale it again later. We're going to have a little bit of help from Uncle as well, so he might drive the combine for a little bit. We'll get the field opened up once the truck's full. Then he might take over with the combine and we'll just run the truck back and forth. That's probably the loose plan. Worked out really well last time, so we might just carry on and get that done as well. So we're not going to get anything harvested here. We'll jump up into the combine. We'll head on over to the field. Well, here we are over in the field and ready to get going. Got the truck set up and all sorted. Now let's just drive in here just a touch. And we're not dropping any corn swath, so if we just flip that over, that will hopefully... Let's change over, let's just double check we've got that going the right way. There we go. And if we hop out, you should see we're getting a sizable corn swath there. That's actually a lot bigger than I was expecting. Not sure whether it's because we've got a high yielding crop, but I'm pretty sure when we dropped a little bit in that field there last year, it didn't feel quite as big as that. So that's promising, that's good. The unique thing here with the gleaner, as you can see, is it's an offset here in the back with how it drops the swath out the back. So a little bit different, a little bit unique. Black too. Burning a few dinosaurs. Right, let's jump up in here and we're just going to carry on. It's a good opportunity to jump straight into a little bit of a time lapse while we get the field open. I should actually, before we go any further, I'm going to reset our yield or our ICA monitor. I think if I remember our key combinations correctly, I want to be pressing that one there. There we go. So we've reset both our yield and our acres worked, so we should be able to get a good grasp now on exactly what our yield is, and we're sitting up there 260 and climbing, almost 270 bushels an acre. I am pretty happy with that. Long may that continue, and long may a good harvest be on the cards. So let's carry on. Like I said, we'll jump into a bit of a time lapse and see when we're further through. Well, there we go. That is the field opened up. We've done 3 headland passes and obviously this little section through here, which made things just a little bit easier. We did have quite a haul. Typically, and not that I'm going to complain, but these yields are meaning we were filling up the truck after just one pass, and this will be, once we've emptied here, this will probably be the 3rd load we've got into the truck, which is a little bit concerning because it's 700 bushels a load. We've already put close to 1400 bushels in our 3500 bushel bin, so we are definitely going to get that filled up, I reckon. But so far so good. We've made a good hole in the field. Now what we're going to do is Uncle's actually going to take over. Going to get him running in here effectively as a hired help, and he will harvest while we carry on driving the truck and getting things done. But yeah, everything's just it's just going the way I wanted it to, which is good. So if we should be able to turn that on, lower that down, pipe back in, and now press that button, we should be able to jump out and he's going to carry on. So with this little break in here, it will mean he will turn right and go and get this whole section on this side all harvested out first, and then we'll come back and do this second part on the other side afterwards. So let's jump in the truck, go and get this load unloaded, and we will just take a bit of a look. Do you know, I've never noticed it say nitrogen is critical. Never noticed that before. Critical nitrogen. It wasn't before we harvested. Jump in here and have a look. Okay. Not perfect. Not okay. Anyhow, let's jump back up in here. Head on around. What are we? 88% full. That's worthy of going and unloading. No point waiting to fill that up. So we're going to get this dumped in, have a look how full the bin is, and then we'll just carry on. But look at these swaths here. There's a lot of corn stalks. We're going to get a lot of that taken off this field too, which is equally as impressive. There we go, truck's tipping. Let's just have a look around here. Up to corn, we're almost at, well, we are over 1700 bushels, so 3500 I think? 3556, so what's that, half of that's 15, 16, 17, 50, so we're already over half full just off the headlands. That's good. I'm not going to complain at all. That's certainly going to bode very, very well for our profits here on the farm. I actually have to have a look back. I can't even recall what the total amount of corn we got off that field last time was, so we will just have to go back and take a look at that and see what our total corn was last season. Anyhow, that's that emptied out. Let's jump back up here in the truck and we will carry on with the harvesting. We'll jump into a little bit of a montage now, I think, with Uncle driving the combine. Be able to throw the drone up and grab a few shots of him working while we carry on driving the truck and keeping him moving as much as we can. Well, there we are. We've managed to finish off this side of the field, so we're well over halfway, I would think, particularly when you count in the headlands. And this part of the field actually gets quite wedged down that end. The rows get a lot shorter very, very quickly because the bush here on the left sticks out, the river starts coming up, and it really narrows down. So I think we'll find we are going to race through this bit very, very quickly now. Just notice, obviously had something with the alignment there for the worker. That's fine. We'll pick that up. It'll be interesting actually to see which way they turn at the end here, whether they might turn right and be stopped very quickly, but we'll carry them on going. We're already up to a good amount of corn in the bin. It is filling up very, very quickly. What have we got in the back of the truck at the moment? There we are, another 88%, sitting there, another 625 bushels, so that's going to fill up very, very fast. We might just turn around, go and get this topped off from the combine, and then we'll go and get it dumped into the bin. We'll just carry on, so we'll see you again once we probably finish the field. But everything is going very, very well. Well, another load back, and I think this is going to be the last one we can get up in this bin. I think looking at it last time, we're only 100 or 200 bushels short of being full. So we'll get this backed up in here, and then we're going to have to get everything moved over into that smooth wall bin. I'm glad they managed to get that finished off, particularly considering the weather. I do need to try and see if I can work on the trigger here for this auger. It's very, very tiny, very, very hard to get right, but there we go. Picked it up now. Let's just see how much corn will go up in there. It's 100 bushels, 120 or so. That must be the bin full. Goodness. It's a good problem to have though, isn't it? Right, let's go and just double check. 3557, what's in this one? 3556. 1 bushel difference. Right. Let's get everything unhooked then. We're going to have to move this auger over, try and figure out exactly where it needs to go up on this one. I think we've got a trigger here, I think, for opening the gate on this one. Not sure where it is. Open cover, there we go. Press that, and it's got the cover open up at the top. Right, let's get this all moved out of the way, moved over, and see if we can get it running up into the third of the bins. So there we go, we've got the auger and everything moved over to the bin. Let's just see if we can get backed up here again and find this trigger. We are, it is there. Got it, right. Well, let's see if that all works properly. It's gonna in the auger, up the auger, and we are perfectly. I've just about got that right in the centre. That is going just where we want it to. Right, well, we'll carry on now. We've got enough storage to definitely get the field finished. We'll just have to figure out what we're going to do with our own storage. But just come around here to the handle. That's about there. We should have. Just have a look now. Close the lid up the top. We have. And we can jump back up here into the truck. Once we're empty, we will head on over and go and get the combine emptied out again and get that last little bit of the field finished. Looks like we might have got here back here just in time, because I don't think, looking at that combine, it would have made it down and back again. So we'll get this emptied out, which is good. And just looking across the field, not too much more to go. A few passes in there, but they are going to get shorter. It did not take too long. We've got a few bits we need to tidy up once we've finished as well. Get that all sorted out, as well as that little section over there, but we'll probably have to run around and do all of that manually. But let's just get this emptied. Can't be too far away from being done. There we go, 338 bushels. And it does hold just under 50% of a truckload when it's full, so we can't have been too far away at all, which is good. Right, we'll head on down the other end, so we're all good and sorted, and we'll let them carry on. We'll probably just see when we're done. I don't have to worry about doing a time lapse or any montage on this little part of the field. We'll just get the call all finished off, and what I might actually do is shoot off and have a little bit of a look through my figures and numbers and figure out exactly how much corn we had last season and how what we've got off this field compares to that. Well, there we are, job pretty much done. I've just come over here and taken up this last little piece here. I don't think there's any pieces on the end of the headlands there. No, there's a couple of bits we had to tidy up at the other end, but that is pretty much us all finished. We're just going to manage to get all of this in the combine. We'll back up and grab that little bit that was just there. But we have had this has been a fantastic crop, a bumper crop of corn, I would call it, because we have far and away exceeded the yields we achieved last year. I've had a look back through the records, and we'll have a look at that once we get up and get this last load dumped into the bin and see exactly how much corn we've ended up with. Of course, we're only comparing this field of corn compared to last season because the two leased fields, one, they're separate to Uncle and Auntie's farm, so that is our crop, and two, that's additional land which wasn't part of the system last year. So we are just trying to compare the improvements we've made here on the farm and see how much it's improved our yields. But there we are. We'll get this up over here to the end of the field, and we'll bring the truck down, empty into it, and then we'll get that over to the yard and see where we sit. There we go, getting pretty much all of that into the truck. Should be just about done. 331 bushels. So we'll carry on across our little beaten track we've got across here. A little bit frustrating, we've had a whole lot of weeds pop up in here, but I suppose that's a little bit of par for the course, isn't it? You've got the soil sitting there, conditions have been right for wheat growth. So that's what we've ended up with. We'll get rid of those when we get in there and plant it in the new year, but let's just carry on across the road here. I'm already looking forward to being able to get that shed finished off. I think that's hopefully going to be one of Uncle's first priorities once we start to realise some big improvements here on the farm. But let's just get this dumped in there, and we will go and do a final tally on how many bushels we've ended up with. So there's 3,557 in the first bin, and I'm just watching the truck get to empty. We've ended up with 1,621 here in this bin. So a little bit of quick maths takes me up to 5,178 bushels, I think. It was a very quick calculation in my head, but well and truly over 5,100 bushels, and we've increased that from just under 3,000. So almost getting very close to a full 100% increase, which is going to be huge for the farm. Not just for the fact we've got more product, but for the fact we're able to store it here on the farm and not sell it straight away. So we'll be able to get a better price for it when the prices increase later on in the year, particularly going into late winter, early spring. I think that's about when we might get the best price there for our corn. So yeah, very, very happy with that. So I think on that final point there, having the harvest finished, we'll go and get the combine, get that brought back over here, get it tidied up and put away just until next month when we're going to need it for our leased fields. We'll get the tractor shut off and everything else sorted out. But I think that is going to be a perfect place to wrap up this episode. A very, very successful corn harvest, very, very successful yields, and I'm very excited to take a look at what we might be able to do to improve the farm a little bit further. So yeah, looking forward to getting that done. But anyhow, as always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed that episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Howdy folks, welcome back to another beautiful day on Taheton County. Now we've just finished climbing up the bin there to check how full it is and how much space we have left. You can see 1,621 bushels, and this one holds about 2,100 bushels, so we've actually only got space for about 500 more bushels. Not a problem for Uncle and Aunt, obviously, because we've finished their harvest, we've got everything in, and they have had and I must say they are pretty wrapped with exactly what's happened. Huge yields, much more improved on last year, and just the fact we haven't had to sell it or anything like that makes a huge benefit for them, but it doesn't bode very well for me and our leased land. I was hoping we were going to be able to squeeze some of our corn in there, so we're going to have to come up with a plan. I don't know what it is. We might see if we can lease something. I've heard of grain baggers. Haven't tried it with corn before, but maybe that is something we can do. But that is not for today. That is for another day. We're going to have to make some plans, but we are going to head on over. We're going to grab the International here, go and hook it up to the New Holland baler. We've got all those corn stalks over the road from the harvest to get done. So that is the plan for today. Now, you'll notice a couple of changes financially. I'd forgotten to pay Uncle and Aunt for the lease on the other land. That comes out of their account and then I pay them back. So we have transferred that across. But we've also bought a couple of new pieces of equipment that we're going to need for today for the bales. We need some bale loading and bale moving equipment. So we have gone and bought something else, which is going to add to our inventory of equipment, which is exciting. It's always nice to buy something new, but we don't need it just yet. We obviously need to go and get the bales pressed before we can do anything. So I'm going to jump into the International, get it up and running, get the baler hooked up, head on over and start getting some corn stalks baled. Well, here we are. First time actually driving, just realised. First time driving the upgraded International, of course. Let's get into the field and get some corn stalks baled. Now, we are making 180 centimetre bales, so it is the biggest bales that this baler would make, and hopefully it's all going to go very well. It's picking it up very fast. I'm actually quite impressed with the speed it can pull at and the speed it's picking those up at. That is going to bode well for hopefully getting through this field reasonably quickly. There's a lot of corn stalks out here. I'm just looking at how much we're getting picked up and how far we're going to get around this headland before we do end up with a full bale. But let's just carry on going. We're already 50% full. Now, where are these going? We've got some sold to one of the local dairy farmers. He was going to take a trailer load. We'll just have to figure out what his definition of a trailer load is. But there we go, getting close to full. We're getting the beep there, 90%. Just make sure we don't go too far. 97, 98, 99. There we are. So let's just have a look. Get that bale ejecting. Should be popping up and out. And there we go. All done. Right, that's out. Let's just get that lowered down. We might actually go take a quick look here at what these bales are like. And there it is. You can see, well, don't know why we can see a cob of corn in there. I thought we would have picked all of those up, but you can see the corn in there all wrapped up nice and tight. That's going to be pretty good. Now these are measured by the bushels. Not sure whether that's correct or not. We could probably change the setting, but 312 bushels in there. So not sure what they're going to be worth, but it should be a pretty penny, I hope. Make a decent amount of money off them, make it all worthwhile. Of course, if it is all worthwhile, we will try and do the same over on the leased fields as well. But we'll just jump back up in here and keep on moving. Now, as I was saying, we're going to sell some of these to one of the local dairy farms. We'll just have to finalise exactly how much, and the rest is actually going to go, there's a feed supplies business locally, and they said they will actually take all of the rest. So that is pretty good. We'll be able to deliver those to a couple of different spots and get them sold and get some money off them as well, which will work out really, really well for us. But anyhow, that's enough talk. We're just going to get into the work and get these all baled. I'm going to jump into a little bit of a time lapse to start off with, and we'll catch you once we're a bit further through. So there we go, that is 3 times around the field, and we've managed to pick those headlands up, and my goodness, these corn stalks are doing pretty well. I'm actually surprised at how many bales we've got. Now, I do have the bale counter on, and we're just going to pause there for a little sec. Let's see how many bales we've got so far. 31 bales just going around the headland. That's pretty impressive, I must say. I'm not looking forward to having to pick them all up. That is going to take some time. But the other side of that is it's all money. These are all money, apart from the cost of the baler, which we've picked up ourselves, and potentially a little bit of lost nutrients that it won't go back into the soil because we're taking the stalks off the ground rather than leaving them to decompose back into the soil. Apart from that, this is all pretty much free. We've already got the corn out of it. It's kind of a little bit of a byproduct. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what these are going to be worth once we get them sold. We haven't agreed a price. We'll just have to see what the market dictates when the time comes. So not much else to do. I mean, we've done the time lapse. We'll try and put together a little bit of a montage. It is just a little bit of the old rinse and repeat, but we need to get it done, and we need to get it done today. So we'll carry on, and we'll see you again soon. So I got in a bit of a groove, and we've just carried on and got the field done. Just running down the very last pass there, and should, I'm hoping, be just enough to get one last bale. But if you have a look across there, we have ended up with a decent number of bales. We'll have a final count, have a look at the bale counter once we get finished, and get up here and get this last one unloaded hopefully, and see exactly how many we have managed to make. It's going to take a wee while to load them up, that's for sure. We'll have to go and get our equipment, go and get our new purchases. We're going to pick those up once we've finished in here, then we'll be able to get back in and get some of these moved off and sold down to the farmer, and then off down to the feed supply store. Just look here, are we going to manage to get another bale? It's going to be touch and go. Got the beep, I think we should be good to go. Yeah, just, there we go. A little bit more, and we're done. And there we are, we'll get that one ejected out. I'm not going to bother doing any more. Just lift that up and turn it off and leave that empty out. But let's just do a quick tally, have a look and see what we've ended up with. 83 bales total. That is it's a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? I was expecting maybe 40, and remember we've made the biggest bales we possibly could, the 180 centimetre round bales. So I'm looking forward to getting these sold and seeing how much money we make for them. I think this will be a nice surprise for Uncle. He was a little bit dubious about the whole idea of baling the corn stalks, but he said if I was prepared to go and get my own baler and do it, then he'd be happy for me to do the baling. So we'll see what we end up with financially. But let's get this back over to the farm, get it put away, and then we'll grab the pickup and go grab some new equipment for ourselves. Well, we're just down here at the dealers. We've been in, and apparently everything's all ready for us to go out the back. So we'll head on around this way and see if we can find it. Carry on around the back and look. All the trailers there. Ah, that looks like it must be us. So that is what we've got for our bale loading. Got a gooseneck trailer there, so we'll get ourselves backed up to that. And there is a bale fork as well that will go on the front of Uncle's skid steer. So I do hope it is going to be big enough to handle it, but let's have a look. There, that's that all hooked up. Right. Going to take a quick look. So there we go. There's the gooseneck. I was hoping we were going to get sort of 15 or 20 bales on it, but we might be lucky to get 10, and there's 80 to load. So could be a few trips back and forth, but there is our fork. It's got these folding spears on it, which is kind of nice. Makes it a little bit safer when we're driving around. Nice big frame on it, so it's secure. The bale's not going to fall off on us or anything like that. So let's get on back down. That's what we're going to be using. What do you reckon? 4 bales along there, maybe 5 if we stack them on the ramps. We can get 5 along and then maybe 4 on top. That's 14. I'd be happy with that. We could even double up on each side, but have to be mindful we don't obviously want to overload the truck either, all that weight coming through here onto the back axle. So we'll get on back up to the farm. We'll go and grab the skid steer. In fact, we could probably put it on the back of the trailer, drive them both over together, and then go and get into this field and get some bales loaded up. First things first, let's see about getting this bale grab hooked up to the skid steer. If we can get that all sorted out, then we might just put ourselves up there on the back, put the ramps down, but we'll just get that lifted up. But first, we go and get this unstrapped. Here we are, that's done. So, jump back in here. Go to pull forward just a little bit. We can get this into the right spot. Go, a little bit further. Hook that up. There we go, that's done. Now, I think we're going to get that as unfolded down. And that looks like it should all work. Now, I am just looking at the back of this. There's not a huge amount of weight, and it's not really the largest loader in the world. So I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to lift these okay. These bales, they were pretty big. Like I said, we did go for the largest ones available. So we'll get over there. Got everything unloaded, so let's have a go here at loading up our first bale and get it picked up. These forks are pretty wide, but there we go. Look at that. I was worried about weight, but that seems to be handling that. No dramas whatsoever. Sure, I don't want to be too jerky with any movements or anything like that, but let's go and see about getting our first bale loaded up here onto the trailer. Get over to the side, lift that up, and get that on there. Just need to get in and turn. Oh, a little bit too prematurely. There we go. Right, how's that looking? It's not too bad for a first up, is it? I'll take that. Right, let's back that one out of there. Now, the next test is going to be, can we take 2 at once? Or is that really going to be pushing the skid steer just a little bit too hard? We'll have a look. We'll turn around. Grab this one here. Get pulled into it. Pick that one up. Now, I always find the best way to do this if you're trying to pick 2 up is you put the first one down beside the second one, because then you can put your forks in at the same level and you don't have any issues with trying to get them off on the trailer. But let's just see if we can just manipulate that one in there, slide out. Perfect, that's better. Now drive in, pick that up, and let's have a look. So they should be all on the same level, and it's just starting to protest a little bit on those rear wheels, but hey, we're doing it. We're picking up 2 at a time, so that's even better. Right, let's see if we can go and get these ones put on the back of the trailer as well, and then we'll just get into it. A few bales to get loaded up though, that's for sure. Right, let's just go up here, try not to bump that first one too tightly. A little bit higher. There we are. Right, that's looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. If we can just get that backed out of there. Now the only thing, I'm just looking at the back, I think we're only going to get 4 across there. We might just about get 5. We'll give it a go, we'll see how it all ends up. But definitely going to be 4, 8, and then we can get, what, 3 and 6 on top, so 14 maybe per load. That would be ideal if we can get that many, but we'll just have to wait and see how it all works out. So we'll just carry on, get a time lapse done. We will then go and get this one delivered down to the farmer and get paid for it, and then we'll be back to get the rest done and taken down to the feed dealer. So yeah, we'll just see how things go. Could take a while, but we need to get it done. Alright, there we go, we are fully loaded. I didn't comprehend the issues we might had with that with the skid steer, sorry. Not being able to reach actually up to lift up onto the top, but we managed to a little bit of manipulation, and to be perfectly honest, I am pretty happy with that load. It's probably about the maximum you'd want to be putting up on this. Let's just go through. I just want to make sure we can obviously strap everything on. Just going through and get all these done up. Here we go, 2 more. One at the front. Right, there we go. So that's all strapped up. That one there's already across it, so I'm going to change anything, is it? No. Right, so we're going to head on to the dairy farm. We've got 18 bales up on there. We'll figure out what they're worth, and hopefully we'll get a decent amount of money for them. So go for a drive and go and get these dropped off. Well, we've made it over here to one of the dairy farms. We're actually not that far away from the, well, there you go. Actually, there's the top dressing plane taking off, so you can just see their sheds and everything down there. So we're not too far away. This is one of the local dairy farms, and they have just taken our bales. We've all unloaded, they've got them put away already. Incredibly efficient, but $13,331 is what they paid us for that load. They gave the feed store a call, said how many bales we had, what they were worth, or how big they were, and yeah, that was what the feedlot said, that's what they're worth. So we agreed on a price, which is fantastic. So that's this one load undone, or unloaded. So we're going to head back on down to the field, get the rest of them all loaded up. They don't need any more, that was enough for them. So we're going to head on down to the feed store, which is all the way over the other side, down by the agronomist, down by the grain silos we sell into, down that way. So that's where we're going to go and take the rest to get sold. So we're going to jump back in, carry on driving, get back down to the farm, and we will get some more bales loaded up, get them all cleared out of the field and get them all sold. Right, here we are. We'll get pulled into the field, coming from a different angle this time, not that it really matters, and we'll drive on over. So there's a fair few bales still to go, but if we can get 16 on each load, I think it's going to take maybe 5 loads. What's that? That's 80. Can't even remember how many bales we ended up with now. Is it 81? Somewhere around there. So that's the plan. We'll carry on down this way, go and clear off this side of the field over where the skid steer is first. Actually, maybe it's not going to be quite that bad, because there's not actually too many left up in here as I start looking around, but let's carry on. We'll get them all loaded up and go and get them sold. So we're just going to get that done, a bit more time-lapsing of the process, and probably catch you once we're all done. But I can tell you what, when we get back over and tell Uncle how much we're making off these cornstalk bales, he is going to be blown away. Something that he's never thought about doing, and sort of laughed at me a little bit when I suggested doing it, and well, look at how much it's paid off already. So very, very pleased with how that's going. Right. Enough talking, jump in the skid steer, and we'll go and get loading. Alright, well I think this is going to be our last full load. There's not quite enough bales left for another load. We'll just get these all strapped down. But, oh look at that. Like, what are we up to? $15,000 and we've still got another $13,000 worth of bales here. So this is paying off big time. Now let's just go and have a look. What can I count over there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bales. Let's see, there's some hiding. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10. 10 bales, so another half load. It's going to be worthwhile taking it and getting it delivered down to the feed store. But yeah, there we go, that's looking good. Now I do notice that our fuel tank is flashing in the red, so hopefully we're going to have enough to get back down. I think there's a fuel station down there at the corner down by the feed supplies place. We're dropping this off, so we'll go down, get this load sold, top up with some diesel, and then we'll be back here to get those last 10 bales lifted, put in the back. Down here for the third time, getting this load delivered and sold. It's been interesting actually watching the price. As we have been supplying bales here, the price has slowly been just declining, just a little bit. Not hugely, but just enough that it's noticeable that we have not earned quite so much off the bales. Is that one going to sell? No, but 11,696 and 1,100, so just under 1,300, and the others have been just a bit over 1,300, but it's just going to give this a gentle little nudge in. There we go. Basically there we go, that's a good way to look at it, $367. Even though it's saying pounds, $367 per bale. Now, we did, and I'll be completely honest with you, we did just run out of diesel as we were driving along here. It would have worked out perfectly. It happened as we were coming along the road, and we ran out of fuel, and I had enough pace on to get to the gas station, but unfortunately the way the game is, it actually turns off your vehicle, and you're out of gas. Makes sense, but it disables your steering as well. So we'll get in here, get pulled up to the pump, and we'll get ourselves topped up, and we'll get back down to get those last 10 bales on the back. Now, what I was thinking, we might just leave those on the back of the trailer, because obviously when we go and bale the corn stalks over in the other fields, we'll have those to bring down and sell too, so there's no point just running 10 down. We might as well wait until we have a full load in a little bit more time. So that's the plan. Jump out here, we will get some gas put in. There we go, $180 worth of gas. I think we can afford to pay for that after getting all those bales sold. Right, back down to the field it is, last 10 bales on the back, and then we'll be able to call it a day. And this is us done and dusted. 83 bales total. 11 that were left in the field here, not 10, I miscounted. Even after trying twice, but let's get that one put on the back here, without any dramas. Little skid steer's done a great job. Really do need something a bit bigger though. It's not the best size piece of equipment for what we're doing in here, but it has done. For now, we'll worry about taking them down when we get the rest. What do we need on the top of there? 2, 4, 6, 7 more bales. There's space for 7 more bales on there, so it's really not worth running it down. We can just go and park that over in the shed and get it filled up next time. So I think, in fact, we'll leave the skid steer here for now. Put it down, turn that off, and we'll take this back over to the yard and get it backed into one of the sheds. Well, there we go, we've got that backed into the shed. I think it's just in. It was a pretty tight squeeze across the top there. We might actually have to get the skid steer in and possibly take those top 2 bales off. I'm not sure if we're going to get it back out again or not, but that's us all put away, and that is those bales all loaded up. Now, I'm going to go and give Uncle the great news about how much money we've just made off those, and how good it is to have the farm back in the black, and we haven't even sold any of our crops yet. So we've got that all sitting there. We've now got the great little bit of working buffer, bit of capital sitting there to be able to pay off some more of the loan and really start to plan for what we're going to be doing here across the winter and in spring next year, because while we've had some good plans so far and made some great developments, there is still plenty more that we can do here for Uncle to get the farm back up to the former glory, or at least get it up to the position it should be in after all the hard work that they've put into it. But for today's episode, I think that is us all done. I'm going to run over and grab the skid steer and get that put back over here as well. Next time, I'm hoping we'll be back here in November and we'll get a good pocket of weather to be able to get our own corn harvested. I'm looking forward to that and figuring out how much money we might make for ourselves. So stay tuned for that one. But for today, that is us done. So as always, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed today's episode and I'll catch you in the next one.